Welcome to the second annual Kaplan SAT Prepathon. My name is Arthur. It is my pleasure to be with you all today. It is 12 o'clock, 12 noon on the East Coast, 9 a.m. on the West, and wherever you are in the vast space of the internet, we're so glad that you're spending at least a little time, maybe a lot of time today, as we've got 6 hours, 6 consecutive hours of SAT prep lined up for you today. I'm just fortunate enough to be leading off today as we're going to be looking at some of the foundational math topics to expect to see on the SAT. I am not alone. We've got an all-star team of Kaplan SAT experts. We've got Greg, Katie, Gordon, Crystal, and Heather for this first hour. You can participate in our live chat by looking on the right side of your screen. And I see a lot of you guys are already saying hi and hello and how are you? So hopefully we're going to be able to address every single question that you guys might have. Go ahead and type any questions that you have during the session, and one of those fellow off-camera teachers, again, Greg, Katie, Gordon, Crystal, and Heather, giving them big shout-outs because they are a superb team of instructors. They know this stuff just as well as I do, if not even better. So if you do have any questions, please use that chat. Also, at various times, may ask you to go to the poll where we have some when we have some practice SAT questions, and I'll direct you guys as we go. But thank you all for joining us here today. And by the way, today, this year's Prepathon is basically using material from our SAT channel. So there may be a few of you who are watching this today who are already enrolled in one of our Kaplan SAT courses. So if you've been enrolled in a Kaplan SAT course, but you haven't gotten a chance to see some of the SAT channel sessions, definitely glad you're here because you'll get some of that extra material that we cover through the channel. And for those of you not familiar, when students enroll in a Kaplan SAT course, they get not just the class sessions, but they get dozens and dozens of additional online workshops that are specific about particular parts of the exam. So definitely, so the SAT channel is definitely one of my favorite things to participate in at Kaplan. So definitely glad you're all here today. And again, the poll on the right side, the chat on the right side of the screen is where you can communicate with us. And Christina, we have class later, right? So don't forget class in just a couple hours. But thanks for the support. Really appreciate that. All right. So we're looking at math foundations today, and here are our learning objectives. So we're if you look at this list right now, you may be like, well, I think I know most of these things, right? Most of these things you've learned, not even in high school, but maybe in like middle school, right? Fundamental rules of arithmetic, for one. Quadratic expressions. The difference between substitution and combination, or maybe what some people call elimination. The coordinate plane, some basics to remember about the coordinate plane. And then lastly, we'll briefly talk about when to use and when not to use a calculator on the SAT. So I see, so I can see from our poll results here, just taking a quick look at the poll results, majority of you guys, about 64% of you, are planning on taking the test this coming Saturday. If you are, certainly hope you've been prepping on your own a little bit, but I'm also glad that you're here today to get a little bit extra edge for your SAT success come this Saturday. So first thing we're going to take a look at, order of operations. And you guys go ahead and type it if you remember. There are acronyms out there about like how to remember the order of operations, how to keep track of the different types of calculations that you have. Go ahead and type in the chat if you have one. But I think the common one that most people are probably familiar with is good old PEMDAS. And PEMDAS stands for the different parts of the order of operations. So first is the parentheses. Wherever you see parentheses, do the calculations that are inside the parentheses. Then after that, you've got exponents. After that, you have multiplication and division. And note that multiplication, division, and addition and subtraction aren't in itself multiplication first and then division, right? It's whatever comes once. And you might remember this from old school math, like in terms of like what comes first between multiplication and division, what comes first between addition and subtraction. I think you guys got this, right? It goes from left to right. So if all you've got are a bunch of multiplication division signs, you just do them left to right. If then all you've got is a bunch of addition or subtraction signs, you do those left to right. So that's PEMDAS. And there's an easy way to remember PEMDAS is, of course, the classic mnemonic of please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. I always wondered why what did Aunt Sally do that was so bad that we always have to excuse her? Like did she like commit a crime? Did she knock over the dinner? Like what happened? I've always been confused by that. And I've heard other people come up with different acronyms as well, but basically, nice, straightforward way of remembering PEMDAS. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. And as I mentioned before, multiplication, division, and addition, subtraction are performed in order, left to right. So let's break this down here. Go ahead and type into the chat when you have it. And you don't have to worry about even calculating stuff. Just tell me like the order that you would do things first. And if you want to just type in with the letter of what order of operation you're using. Notice we've got this mess, right? Long list of calculations here that are incorporating basically every part of PEMDAS. So the first thing you would do is the parentheses, right? That's our first part of PEMDAS. And if you notice here, stuff here about PEMDAS, the parentheses is the first part. So we're going to simplify that 7 minus 3 first. 7 minus 3, ooh, 7 minus 3. You guys got this, right? 7 minus 3 is equal to 4. So that gives us the 4 squared. Now, after that, our next part is going to be the exponents. And we've got one example of an exponent here. Exponent of 4 squared, which is going to be equal to 16. And then from there, well, we've got a subtraction sign, a multiplication sign, an addition sign, and a division sign. Well, wait a minute. Which one are we supposed to do first? Is it left to right for all of them? Oh, remember, the next thing that we do is multiplication and division from left to right. So that would be this 5 times 4, and then this 16 divided by 8. So then that will give us 5 times 4 is 20, 16 divided by 8 is 2, and then lastly, we have the addition and subtraction, and again, you do this from left to right, and that would be equal to 10 plus 2, which finally equals 12. Now, if you had done this purely left to right, if you had done this without considering the parentheses, without considering any order of operations, if you had done this purely from left to right, you'd get 30 minus 5, which is 25, times 4, which is 100, plus 7, which is 107, minus 3, which is 104, 104 squared, which is a really big number. And then divide that by 8, have fun with that, right? So you'll notice you'll get very different answers if you don't follow the order of operations. And you can imagine on the SAT, when you have multiple choice questions, one or maybe more of those wrong answer choices are going to be ones where, oh, you did the math in the wrong steps. You did the math correctly, but in the wrong order. So that's why you definitely want to remember PEMDAS. Another thing you want to remember are these basic number properties. The commutative property for multiplication and addition basically means order doesn't matter. 4 times 3 is the same as 3 times 4. 2 plus 7 is the same as 7 plus 2. That's commutative property. So for instance, 8x plus 5y minus 2x, well, we can put the 8x and the negative 2x in, switch the order a little bit to just make the math a little bit easier for us. So we got 8x minus 2x plus 5y is equal to 6x plus 5y. Now we've combined all of our common terms. I got 6x plus 5y. And definitely, Diana, you mentioned this a little bit before. All of this hopefully seems much less intimidating when you're just home, when you're just studying this on your own for now. But the idea is that the more you build upon this stuff at home as you're studying, the more comfortable you will be with it on test day. Now, the associative property. Basically, when you have addition or multiplication, again, same idea, you can group things differently. So for instance, 4 times 2x, you can rearrange these. So instead of the 4 times 2x awkwardness, well, I got the 4 and I got the 2. So I can multiply that. 4 times 2 is equal to 8x. Boom. That's the associative property. And again, you don't have to memorize what is the commutative property or what is the associative property, but just the idea that you know that you can move things around if you're just adding and subtracting, or if you're just multiplying. Okay? A couple other basic number properties. Oh, good old distributive property, which means whatever you have on the outside of a parentheses, you're going to multiply that by everything inside the parentheses that's separated by a positive or a negative sign. So the A times B first and the A times C after that, that gives you your AB plus your AC. That's distributive property. So for instance, we've got 3 parentheses, x plus y. So we're going to apply that 3. Go ahead and type it once you have. I think you guys, especially those of you who are juniors, I know the majority of you guys are juniors. So it might have been a while since you've seen this, or it might have been a while since you've applied this specifically. I think you guys got this, right? Go ahead and type it in if you haven't. 3 parentheses x plus y. Take that 3, multiply by the x. Take the 3, multiply by the y, and you've got your 3x plus your 3y. Go through another example here. -5 parentheses a plus b. Well, here's where there's a little trickeration involved, where you have to be careful here. Remember, the thing that you're multiplying by on the outside has a negative sign. So you have that -5 times a and that -5 times b. So you have what? -5a minus 5b. Okay? And these are not the most difficult concepts. Estella Jefferson, you mentioned it a little bit while ago, right? These are some of the easier concepts. But hey, these are points on the SAT, right? Like all questions on the SAT are worth equally, basically, right? So you don't get more points for a harder question than you do for an easier question. So hey, let's make sure that instead of getting like 80% of the easy questions right, let's get 100% of the easy questions right. But great observation there, that you mentioned there. Okay? All right, next thing is the difference between the least common multiple and the greatest common factor. And these are two things that people sometimes confuse. The least common multiple is the smallest number that is a multiple of 2 or more numbers. So when you're starting with the numbers themselves, remember, you start with the number and then it gets bigger. That's multiple. Multiple means start with the original and go bigger. So to find the least common multiple of 2 or more numbers, list out their first few multiples until you find a common one. So for instance, go ahead and type into chat if you have them. The least common multiple, let's start with 10. And I want to be very specific here because, again, I don't want you to make the confusion between multiples and factors. Give me the first few multiples of 10. Or what are some of those first few multiples of 10? And if you initially wrote something like, oh, is it like 5 and 2 and 1 and 10? You're thinking factors. The least common multiple of, the multiples of 10 are going to be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110. Feel free to stop me at any time, guys. 120, 130, 140. All right, I'll stop. So 10, so those are the multiples of 10. Multiples of 25. Go ahead, type 25. If you know some of the multiples of 25. Well, again, start with the original number and go bigger. So 25, 50, 75. And then you might already notice, wait a minute, I have two numbers that are this. I have a number that's the same in both lists, and that's going to be the 50. So the least common multiple of 10 and 25 is going to be 50. Now, this is the least common multiple. Something that a lot of people say is like when they're finding a common multiple, can't you just multiply the numbers together? And yes, that will give you a common multiple, but it's not necessarily the least common multiple. So for instance, if you multiply 10 and 25, that would actually give you what? It would give you 250, which again is a common multiple, but it's not the least common multiple. The least common multiple of 10 and 25 is 50 because it's the smallest multiple of both numbers. And again, note every number is a multiple of itself. So as I said before, when we start with 10 and we start with 20, when we have 10 and 25, we start with 10 and we start with 25. All right, now let's take a look at greatest common factor. Greatest common factor is the largest number that divides evenly into a set of numbers. Okay? So factors are basically, I mean, if this helps a little bit, go ahead and tell me if this helps, and tell me if you think this is really silly, but I think it helps. Factors are the smaller numbers that make up the bigger number. Factors are all the smaller numbers that make up the original number. Okay? So those are factors. So for instance, let's say you had to find the greatest common factor of these three numbers, 8, 12, and 24. 8, let's start with 8. 8, what are the factors of 8? What are the numbers that make up 8? Well, 1, 2, 4, and 8. So those would be the factors of 8. If we go to 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12. And before we get into 24, I want to make one other point here. Notice how it's nice when like everything's like ordered up, right? Like 1, 2, 4, and 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12. But have you ever had a case where you've forgotten a factor of a number? Of course we have. I think we all have at some point when we're learning about this stuff the first time, right? So here's one thing to remember. And go ahead and type this in the chat if you know it. Every number has at least 2 factors. If you know it, go ahead and type it in. What is, every number has at least 2 factors. What are those 2 factors? And that sounds like a little bit of a trick question, but it's always going to be what? 1 and itself. And 1 will always be the smallest factor of a number. Itself will always be the largest factor of a number. So if you were to list out 24, well, if you were to list out the factors of 24, you can start with 1 over here and 24 over here. And then what I'm going to do is going to move inward. So then you say to yourself, wait, is 2 a factor of 24? Sure it is. What does it pair up with? Oh, it pairs up with 12. And if you see what I'm doing here now, I'm basically going to bridge the gap between these numbers. Now, the next number, 3. Is 3 a factor? Sure. 3 and what? 3 and 8 is going to be the factor that goes. 8 is going to be the factor that goes with 3. So notice again, sort of bridging the gap. And then 4. 4 is a factor of 24, right? Because it's 4 and 6. Now, what about 5? 5's not a factor. Move on. But wait a minute, we're done. Because once we get to the middle here, that's when you know you're done. That way you've closed up the gap. And this way you don't forget any of those factors. Okay? I hope this has been helpful. I see a lot of great comments coming to chat. Christina, Carmen, Jeremy, Katie, Carol. I apologize if I missed anybody. There are a lot of you in the room, by the way. Jessica, Thomas, great stuff I'm seeing from you guys here. So the factors of 24 is going to be this list over here. Okay, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 12, and 24. Okay, get rid of all of this stuff. And then lastly, what's the greatest common factor? The biggest number that shows up in all of these lists. And if you take a quick look there, yep, it's going to be number 4. So therefore, 4 is the greatest common factor of all 3 of these numbers. Again, every number is a factor of itself, and every number has 1 as a factor as well. Now, if you remember adding and subtracting fractions, we're kicking this old school, guys. Again, some fairly basic topics, but again, important for SAT success on test day. When you're adding or subtracting fractions, first thing you always have to remember is to find that common denominator. And go ahead and tell me, how do you find that common denominator? It might be something we just looked at just now. What do you have to do with those denominators to make them common? Oh, find the least common multiple, right? The least common multiple. So let's say you have these 3 fractions, 3/5, 2/3, and then minus 1/2. First step, find the common denominator of the 5, the 3, and the 2, and that common denominator is going to be 30. In this case, you can just simply multiply them out to get 30. I don't think there'll be any other smaller number. If you multiply them out, that would work for all 3. So the least common multiple of 30 is least common multiple of 5, 3, and 2 is 30. So let's make that denominator 30. That's our first goal, to make the denominator 30. Now how do we make each of these denominators 30? Well, you take the individual fractions and you look at what they have as their current denominator, and basically ask yourself, what do I do with the denominator for this fraction to get to 30? In our first example here, we have 3/5. What do we do with that denominator to make it equal to 30? We multiply by 6. But when you multiply by something on the bottom, you also multiply the same thing on the top. So that's why we're multiplying 6 on the top and the bottom as well. Same thing for the next fraction, 2/3. What do we do to go from 3 to 30? We multiply by 10, and we're going to multiply by 10 on the top and the bottom. And then lastly, the 1/2. What do we do with the denominator of 2 to make that 30? We're going to multiply that by 15, both on the top and bottom. So if we multiply those fractions together, 18 over 30, 20 over 30, and negative 15 over 30. And then from here, once you have common denominators, we're just going to do the operations on the numerators. Here's one thing to remember. Once you got the common denominator and you're adding or subtracting fractions, don't mess with the denominators. The denominators, once they're common, they're like, you changed us so much. Please, now leave us alone. Yeah, leave the 30s as they are, and you just add or subtract across, and that'll give you 23. 18 plus 20 is 38. 38 minus 15 will give you 23. Nice job there. Nice job there, Avi, Anisha, Kara, Dhruv, Sophie, Joe. Go ahead and again, give yourself shout outs if you got this one correct. Nicely done, folks. All right. Now, multiplying and dividing fractions works a little bit differently. When you're multiplying and dividing fractions, simply multiply straight across. But here's the thing. You can multiply straight across, but then let's say you got all this. And I don't know about you guys, this looks kind of intimidating, right? You're like, wait, Arthur just have to multiply this across. 10 times 3 times 8. That's 240, I think. 9 times 4 times 15. That's 540. Part of my brain just died when I was trying to do the math in my head. I think that's 540. Maybe one of the teachers in the chat can verify that, I think. But you get the idea, right? These numbers are going to be really big if you just multiply across. So before you multiply across, you always want to reduce. You always want to find a way to at least make those numbers a little bit smaller. So for instance, there are a couple ways that we can do this. First, remember the property of multiplication. We can switch the order if you're just multiplying things. So that 10 times 3 times 8, we're going to literally rewrite that as 3 times 8 times 10. And on the bottom, we're going to keep the 9, 4, and 15 because what you'll notice is we got a lot of things that we can simplify. So for instance, the 3 and the 9. 3 and the 9 becomes 1 and 3. 8 and the 4. How do we get 8 and 4 be 2 and 1? 8 divided by 4 is 2. 10 divided by 15 simplifies to 2 and 3. So that's where we get all this beautiful stuff here. 1 times 2 times 2. 3 times 1 times 3. It's like, wait a minute, I can do that, right? 2 times 2 is 4. 3 times 3 is 9. And we've got our 4 and 9. So that's simply when you're multiplying fractions. Find common factors, eliminate common factors, and then multiply across top and bottom. The one difference when you're dividing fractions, take that second fraction. Give me the fancy word that you might remember that basically means when you're inverting the second fraction. Oh, it's that fancy word. It's one of those words that's like, it feels like it's 12 syllables. It's really only 4. But it is to find the reciprocal. Flip that second fraction over and then multiply. So for instance, 4/3 divided by 4/9 means you multiply by the reciprocal of the second fraction. I think you guys know what the reciprocal of that second fraction is. It's going to be 9 over 4. And again, notice we can simplify things. Look at that. 4 and 4 go goodbye. And the 9 and the 3 just become 3 and 1. So therefore, instead of doing all that multiplying, instead of doing all that multiplying, we've just got our 3 over 1, which is equal to 3. Nicely done. All right, now, other factoring that needs to be done. So for instance, let's just go through a couple of examples like this. Let's say you have something like 4y minus 4, okay? If we were to factor this expression, pull out the factor that's the same in all of the different expressions. In this case, the 4y and the 4. So in this case, we can pull out the 4, and then what are we left with? Y minus 1. So you pull out the 4, pull out the common factor, then set up a parentheses around everything else. 4 parentheses y minus 1. Something like this, 12x squared minus 7x. Wait, what's the common factor in both of those terms? Actually, it's the variable, it's x. So if we pull out the x, what are we left with? 12x minus 7. 6x squared plus 9y, go ahead and type it in if you know it. And this one might not be quite as obvious, but we have 6x squared plus 9y. What's the common factor in both of these terms? It's going to be 3. So when we pull out the 3, we get, what are we left with? 2x squared plus 3y. And then I'll give you a moment to just go ahead and type in the common factor. If you notice, what's the common factor in this expression here? 10p minus 18p cubed. And we just kicked up the difficulty just a little bit for this one, because if you notice, it's not just one thing. There's a number that's a common factor, but there's also a variable that's a common factor, and that's going to be 2p. So when we pull out 2p, what are we left with? 5 minus 9q. All right, so that's factoring simple expressions. Now, if we factor quadratic expressions, oh, I think you guys remember this, right? This is real old school. If you remember, when you have a quadratic equation of some sort and you're trying to make it into the factored form, do you remember the little acronym we used for the reverse of this, basically? The little acronym for that, and that is, of course, the good old FOIL or reverse FOIL. That means you multiply out all those different numbers. So just remember this, okay? Just remember this. That middle term is always going to be the sum of the numbers. The last term is always going to be the product of the numbers. Let's go through this as an example, just to clarify this a little bit, okay? So let's say we're trying to find the factors of this. X squared plus 5x plus 6. Heck, I'll do the easy part. What two things do you multiply together to get x squared? I think it's just x and x, right? If you thought that, you're absolutely right. So you can actually literally just set up x and x as your initial setup for the factors. But then the harder part is, what numbers do you put in there? What are those actual factors? Well, here's what you remember. What two numbers add up together to get the middle number and multiply together to get the last one? So again, what two numbers add up together to get the middle number and multiply together to get the last number? And for those of you who are saying, yeah, I think I got this one, Arthur, it's 2 and 3, you're absolutely right. X plus 2 and x plus 3. Guys got this. So that would be, right, 2 plus 3 is equal to 5, and 2 times 3 is equal to 6. So that would be your factored format of this. Okay. And then one more here. Notice we changed things up a little bit here, but same deal. What two numbers add up together to get -5 and multiply together to get +6? So note those differences in the middle term there. It's going to be x minus 2 and x minus 3. Okay. All right, nicely done here, folks. Great stuff so far. Now let's take a look at systems of equations. So systems of equations means when you have n unknowns, you need n distinct equation. So I'll give you an example of this. Humor me for a second. Take a look at this equation and just tell me this. Don't even bother solving it. Just tell me this. Just think about this for a second. Is this solvable? Is this solvable? And if you're thinking, sure, this is solvable, right? Like, subtract 3 on both sides. Yeah, right. But is this solvable? It's because you have one equation, one variable. One equation, one variable. This is solvable. I'll give you another example. What if you just had a plus b is equal to 12? A plus b is equal to 12. Is this solvable? Actually, no, because whatever a is depends on whatever b is, right? If a is really big, then b would have to be really small. Or maybe a and b are the same, like 6 and 6, right? This is not solvable because you have one equation but two variables. Not solvable. But let's say you had the a plus b is equal to 12, and you had the a minus b is equal to 4. Two equations, two variables. This is solvable. That's where this rule comes from. This weird looking thing for n unknowns, you need n distinct equations. That's basically what we're saying there. If you've got 3 variables, you need 3 different equations. If you have 5 variables, you need 5 different equations. Now, thankfully in the SAT, for the most part, you'll just see 2 variables, 2 equations. So how do you solve them? How do you solve them? Oh, let's get excited with this. Faith, by the way, Faith, I don't drink coffee. I don't really, well, I didn't drink coffee this morning. Let's just put it that way, because I was already excited enough to be here today. So combination, and I know a lot of people have actually used the term elimination. We've seen a lot of my students have used the term elimination rather than combination. So if you're more familiar with this word, it basically means the same thing. Adding 2 equations together to get rid of one variable, usually the most efficient way to solving a system of equations. Substitution involves taking one equation, setting it equal to a particular variable, and then plugging that into the second equation. That's the difference. So let's go through a quick exercise here about systems of equations. Take a look at our 2 equations here. A plus 2b is equal to 1, and negative 3a minus 8b is equal to 1. What is the value of b? Well, if my goal here is not to be a hype beast, my goal is to make you all hyped for the SAT, because you're going to go in there and be like, I am so much more confident now about rocking this exam. So when you have 2 equations and 2 variables, just here's a little bit of a strategy here. When the question's asking for a particular value of b, ask yourself this. Well, if they're asking for b, what variable is kind of annoying us right now, right? We want to know what b is. What's the one that's sticking in where they don't belong? What's the one that's getting up in our face even though we don't really care? So think about how we can eliminate a, or at least substitute for a, all right? So combination, and again, I'll just write it out again, combination, or sometimes what's called elimination, would be this. If we need b, let's eliminate a. We are going to be the eliminators. Slightly different tone than Terminator, but you get the idea, right? So we're going to eliminate a by basically saying this. Let's take that first equation, and we're going to multiply that first equation by 3. Because if we multiply that first equation by 3, look what happens with that second equation. That second equation has negative 3a. And now if we basically combine these equations together, almost literally smushing them together, well, look at the beginning part. 3a and negative 3a. If we combine these 2 equations together, goodbye a, goodbye, see you later, bye Felicia, right? Get rid of the a variable, and then we're left with 6b and the negative 8b on the left side, and 3 plus 1 on the right side. That'll give us negative 2b is equal to 4, and then we divide both sides by negative 2, and we've got b is equal to negative 2. Now, if you needed to know what A is, go ahead and tell me in the chat if you remember. What would you need to do now to figure out what A is? What we do is plug it in, right? Plug in -2 into either of the two equations. You don't have to plug into both, either of the two equations. And honestly, um, if I said, well, plug it into either of the two equations, which one should I probably plug -2 for B in? The first one or the second one? The first one or the second one? I hope a lot of you said the first one because the second one looks a little bit more complicated, right? So you can plug that in there and you get A is equal to 5. Now, if you use substitution, basically, again, we're trying to get rid of the variable of A. So first thing, set that first equation equal to A. A equals everything else, and then plug that in where you see A for the second equation. -3 parentheses, -2b plus 1 minus 8b is equal to 1. And now look at that, everybody. You've got one equation and one variable. This is solvable. And you do all that good stuff, like the things that we saw before about like distributive property and combining like terms and all that good stuff. So now you've got 6b minus 3 minus 8b is equal to 1. Combine like terms, divide by -2. Notice you get the exact same answer. B is equal to -2, and boom, another point added to your SAT math score. All right, so let's take a quick look at, and by the way, either method works. Sometimes combination lets you identify B slightly faster. Sometimes substitution works well. Honestly, does the SAT care how you solve a question? No, the SAT just cares if you bubbled in the right letter for a question. So use whatever technique that you find works best for you. Practice both of these, but as you practice both of these, you're probably not, oh, you know what? I've tried this for a little while, and I still think substitution is better for me. And in that case, use substitution. Okay. All right, let's take a look at the coordinate plane. Okay. Coordinate plane. Basic properties of the coordinate plane. So notice when you have a coordinate plane, you have the x coordinate and the y coordinate as an ordered pair, and the x value refers to the horizontal value, the y value refers to the vertical value. And then if you also notice that they write out these 4 different quadrants. So if for instance, an SAT question said, there is a point in the third quadrant. What do you know about that third point? You don't know the specific coordinates, right? You don't know the specific numbers for x and y, but there is something you know. If we're looking at the third quadrant over here, well, wait a minute. That's where x is negative and where y is also negative. So if you remember this setup of like on the, I think it's called the Cartesian plane, right? The fancy dude who discovered this. First quadrant, positive and positive. Second quadrant, negative and positive. Third quadrant, negative and negative. Fourth quadrant, positive and negative. If that helps you remember how different ordered pairs are laid out on the coordinate plane. And then there's a good old formula about slope and intercept. Y is equal to mx plus b. And go ahead and type it in because I know a lot of you guys have heard of this. What does the m refer to and what does the b refer to? And I think you guys are seeing some responses coming in now. Yeah, so the m refers to the slope. And the slope is, not to get technical, right? I don't want to get too specific here, but m represents the slope, which is basically how tilted the line is. For example, a line that's kind of like this and a line that's like this, right? That first line is probably going to have a smaller slope because it's not quite as tilted. Whereas that second line has a much bigger slope, a much bigger relative slope because it goes up a lot faster. So slope represents how tilted a line is. B represents the y-intercept, where the line crosses the y-axis. Okay? So for instance, a positive slope would be the line that goes upward from left to right. So a positive slope would be line N over here. But what about a negative slope? A negative slope would be the line that goes downward from left to right, and that would be line L. And then here's the one that throws people off sometimes. The difference between a slope of 0 and a slope that's undefined. A slope of 0 means the tilt does not go positive, does not go negative. It is perfectly horizontal. It is horizontal. There we go. Horizontal line has a slope of 0, so that's going to be k. And the undefined line is going to be m, which is going to be over here. That's going to be the undefined slope. Okay. All right. And if you see function notation, like sometimes you see f of x equals 2x plus 3 or f of x equals 6x minus 4, whatever. The f of x is simply just the y value. Y equals everything else. Okay. Great to see Jacqueline. You're saying this is good stuff so far. Awesome to see. And Papa and Ashley, Joe, Sarah, lots of great comments coming. Again, keep contributing with us. If you have questions or if you know the answers to the questions I'm asking, go ahead and type those into our chat pod. Now, last thing to take a look at, I know we saw a lot of good comments at the very beginning about when to use a calculator, when not to use a calculator. So there are a couple things. Well, one, there's one clear scenario when you do not use a calculator. If you've taken the SAT before, you probably know the answer to this. On the SAT, there is one math section where you are not allowed to use a calculator. So that's when to not use a calculator. Definitely when not to use a calculator. But when do you use a calculator? Well, there are a couple instances. One, if you have long division, if you have some sort of extensive calculation, use the calculator for that. If you have a question about graphing quadratic equations, right, like like x squared plus 3x, and there's something to do with a graph for that, use your graphing calculator for that. If you're trying to simplify radicals and calculate roots, please don't do that stuff in your head, okay? Don't try to figure out that the fourth root of 625 is 5. Again, my head almost exploded as I was trying to think that out loud. But you get the idea, right? Don't force yourself to do calculations when you don't need to. Questions that deal with plane and coordinate geometry, generally speaking, use the calculator. Now, when not to use the calculator. Again, the first math section, definitely don't use the calculator. But even that second math section, where they say you can use a calculator if you'd like for all of these questions. You know what? There's some times when mental math is going to be faster. I've had students in the past like, why did I get this one wrong, Arthur? And then I looked at what they did and was like, you realize you saw 3 times 4 and you put 3 times 4 equals 7. And then this happened more than once, by the way. Those students were like, oh yeah, I punched in the calculator 3 plus 4. Do you see how like mental math sometimes would have been a lot better rather than running to the calculator for every single calculation? When mental math is faster, you know what? Don't even bother with the calculator. And when a question requires strategic thinking rather than pure calculation. Later this afternoon, when we look at the advanced math lesson, we're going to see some examples where strategic thinking is going to be much more valuable to you than using a calculator. Okay? So in our remaining time, in the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to take a look at some questions here that incorporate some of these skills here. So let's trigger all the way back to the beginning of this hour and go old school one more time when we're trying to calculate this mess, this craziness here, right? So what's the first thing we need to do here? And then go on from there. If you have an answer, when you type it into the chat, just so that we clarify with all the teachers, say the answer is blank, okay? The answer is blank. But if you're just going to go through the steps with us, you can just type out the numbers for those, okay? So let's take a look at this example here. 16 minus 8 divided by 2 times 3 plus 5 minus 1 squared. Again, if you did this purely left to right, you would get a very different answer, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is to simplify the parentheses. That's our 5 minus 1. Our 5 minus 1 here leads us to 4 in the parentheses. Next step. The exponent. Look at that. Look at that tiny little 2 hanging out on its own outside the parentheses. Say, look how cool I am. 2's on the outside there. So we're going to apply our next step of PEMDAS, which is 4 squared, and that's going to give us our 16. And now, when we have multiplication and division signs, left to right. So we've got the 8 divided by 2, and then whatever that is, times the 3. So 8 divided by 2 is 4. 4 times 3 is 12. I'm seeing lots of great comments and participation from you guys. Oh my gosh. Awesome, awesome stuff. And then lastly, we've done the division, we've done the multiplication. Now we're just going to do the addition and subtraction. 16 minus 12 is 4. 4 plus 16 is biggity bangity boom, 20 as your correct answer. Nice job there, Ben, David, Roberto, Phoebe, Sherry, Christina, Nicole, Sarah, Ashley, Joe, and many, many more. Awesome work on this. All right. Let's take a look at a multiple choice question. We're going to open up the poll now. If you click on the section, if you see on the right side there where it says on the right side there, there's a separate tab there that basically says poll. So if you look, not on tab. Sorry, if you scroll a little bit towards the bottom. Sorry about that. If you scroll a little bit towards the bottom, you'll see a poll there at the bottom of your screen. You can click on the answer once you have it. So go ahead. And click on that. And let's take a look at this one together. We want to know what n is. So n minus 4 over 11 is equal to 9 over 22. Well, the first step is we want to know what n is. So let's get that n by itself. What do we do to get n by itself? We're going to move that fraction of negative 4/11ths all over to the right side. So that's going to be n is equal to 9 over 22 plus 4 over 11. And now, remember, we got to find that common denominator. What's the common denominator of 22 and 11? What's that common denominator going to be? And here's where, again, a lot of people sometimes just blindly multiply the numbers together. Sure, 22 times 11 is 242. Please don't use 242 as your denominator. The common denominator thing is going to be 22. And then once we got the common denominator, we add them up. 9 plus 18 is 17. And as a strong majority of you guys have put down, oh my goodness, almost more than 95% of you have put down choice D. When I teach my Kaplan SAT class, I always say when any question that's 90% or more correct, I give the class a big gold star. Go ahead. I actually use what I call the Mario Brothers star. If you ever played Mario Brothers, you grab the star and you get 15 seconds of invincibility. So go ahead and grab that Mario Brothers star, and you're now invincible for 15 seconds. And go stomp on some Goombas and some Koopa Troopers and some bullets and all that stuff. You can tell I played a lot of Mario Brothers when I was a kid. All right, great stuff here on this question, everybody. Let's take a look at another one here. If a squared is equal to 1 over 4 and ab is equal to 2, then what is b squared over a squared? And again, now you notice we're getting a little bit more difficult here, right? These questions are getting a little bit more difficult because, oh gosh, this looks terrifying. B squared over a squared. But before we even get into that, notice what we have here. First, a squared is equal to 1/4 and ab is equal to 2. Hold on to the a squared for a second. Look at this equation here. ab is equal to 2. Is this solvable? Is this solvable? Well, wait a minute. No, I got two variables in one equation. This is not solvable. Whatever a is depends on what b is, and vice versa, right? Like a could be 2 and b could be 1. A could be 1, b could be 2. A could be 4 and b could be 1/2. Guess what? The SAT might do that to you. They might go beyond just like simple whole numbers and try to get you into that realm of fractions. So we need one of those values. But wait a minute. They gave us something to do with one of those other variables. A squared is equal to 1 over 4. We can use this to find what a is. To find a, if we have a squared and we're trying to find a, what do? We find the square root. So let's take the square root of both sides and go and type it in if you have it. What is a equal to then? If the square root of a squared is equal to the square root of 1/4, when you're finding the square root of a fraction, simply find the square root of the top and the square root of the bottom, and a is equal to 1/2. And now that we know that a is equal to 1/2, what can we now do, everybody? Oh, look at that. We can plug in the 1/2 right over here, and that'll give us, and then we can figure out what B is. 1/2 of B is equal to 2. What do we do to get B by itself in this equation here? We're going to multiply both sides by 2. Multiply both sides by 2. That gets us B is equal to 4. But we're not done just yet because the question's asking us for B squared over A squared. So if we know what B is now, B is equal to 4. What's B squared equal to? Wait, that's just squaring the number, right? 4 squared is equal to 16. And on the bottom, we know what A squared is. A squared, remember, is equal to 1/4. That was actually given to us in the question earlier. So it's 16 over 1/4. And then that last step, when you're dividing by a fraction, multiply by the reciprocal. 16 times 4 is equal to 64. Nicely done, Erica, Joe, Katie, Alice, Scott, Sherry, Papu, and many, many others have gotten 64. So if you can nail this sort of question very quickly and efficiently on test day, you already got a big step ahead of your competition. Okay? We'll take a look at another example. Take a look at number 4. Oh, look at this. What does all of this equal? Oh, gosh. And here's where I want you to avoid the temptation. I know I've talked to students in the past who are like, yeah, I thought I could just get rid of the n, right? I thought I could just get rid of the n. It would be like -2 over +2. Yeah, that doesn't quite work here. You can cancel out factors on the top and the bottom, but notice here we don't have factors on the top. We just have one expression on the top and one full expression on the bottom. So let's see what we got here. We've got this equation, 3 parentheses n minus 2 is equal to 6. So we can use our good old distributive property to get rid of those parentheses. 3 times n and 3 times -2. So 3n minus 6 is equal to 6. And then we add 6 to both sides. 3n is equal to 12, and n is equal to 4. Are we done with this? Are we done? And I can guarantee you there are going to be a lot of people on test day, if they saw a question like this, they're like, oh yeah, n is equal to 4, I'm going to put in 4 into my grid. Wait a minute. That's an old school way of thinking. An old school way of thinking is just simply solve for a variable. But you know the SAT is up to some tricks, right? And here, the question's not asking for n, it's asking for n minus 2 over n plus 2. So we're going to plug in that 4 into the fraction. 4 minus 2 on the top, 4 plus 2 on the bottom. That's going to give us 2 over 6. And then, of course, we can reduce that to 1 over 3. 1/3 is your correct answer. Generally speaking, when you're looking at fractions and you're trying to grid these in, because remember the SAT will give you some grid-in questions, just as a general practice, reduce the fraction to lowest terms. Because like let's say for instance, the answer was like 30 over 90, right? Then you might be tempted, like, okay, 30/90. Well, guess what? There aren't enough spaces on the grid to fill in 30 over 90. So just as a good matter of practice, just simplify those fractions and then grid in the simplest form possible. Nicely done, folks, okay? And that's going to wrap up this first hour of SAT Prepathon dealing with math foundations. I hope you guys have found this session helpful. I hope this gives you a good starting point in terms of just remembering the math that is the easiest to master on the SAT. Again, for some of you guys, maybe it's been a while since you've seen this. For some of you, maybe you're like, yo, I needed this. I really needed this because like all that stuff like distributed property and FOIL and all that stuff is so old to me. Maybe you're like, oh, it's good that I got this in. If that's the case, glad you're here for this hour. Now, as I mentioned, Prepathon is a 6-hour program. So at the top of there, so we're going to take about a 5-minute break here. But then at the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern time and 10 a.m. Pacific time, one of our fellow Kaplan instructors, Greg Mitchell, and Greg's actually been participating a little bit in the chat as well. He is going to be teaching the next hour, which is about reading for points on test day. Not how to read for memorization, not how to read to make the stuff more fun, but reading for the specific goal for you to improve your SAT score Greg is one of our very best instructors. He is awesome. You're going to get a lot out of his session and all of the sessions later on with our other Kaplan instructors, Stephanie, Liz, Boris, and Heather. So if you're going to stick around for the next hour with Greg, he'll be on in just a few minutes. Go ahead and take a little break if you need to for about 3 or 4 minutes. But if this is your final hour Prepathon, thank you very much. But again, we've got a lot more Prepathon to go. So for those of you sticking around, then don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to our second hour of Prepathon today. My name is Greg Mitchell, and I'll be leading you through about the next 55 minutes of nonstop action as we talk about the reading section. So first off, if you guys thought Arthur was awesome, can we just get like a quick note in the chat so he could take a look at this before he heads out, just so Arthur knows he was great. I know I always love his enthusiasm. I'm pretty sure if he was my teacher, I would have fallen asleep in class like 0 times ever. So thank you, Arthur, for leading us off. And for those of you who said, all right, that math was a good start, maybe a good refresher, I need some harder math, make sure you're here for the 3 o'clock hour. So 3 to 4 Eastern time, we're going to cover some more advanced math topics. So as we had at the last hour, we got an off-camera team here ready to go, ready to answer any of your questions. We got Katie, Stephanie, Crystal, Gordon. You'll see all of them answering your questions in the chat. And remember, even if you put something through and you don't see it, keep getting it in. We're getting a lot of contributions coming through. We're trying to get some representative ones, so keep getting them in. And as we take a look at any questions, just make sure you vote in the poll. We're going to try to hold back the spoilers so we can allow everyone the opportunity to think things through. And for those of you who are at the beginning, here for the first hour, you heard this already, but I'm just going to give one more chime in here. What we are covering, these lessons, come from our SAT channel sessions. So students might sign up for a course, go to their course sessions, and then these sessions right here give you the opportunity to come a little bit extra. These sessions are a little bit shorter, half hour, hour. You can get in, get out, get the points that you need. You need math basics? Great, you go to that one. You need the advanced math? Fantastic, you go to that one. It allows you to be really, really efficient with your prep. So with that out of the way, why don't we start diving into reading for points on test day? Now, I want us to think about, like, all right, when we think about SAT reading, feel free to throw me in a little bit, like what you think about with the SAT reading. I imagine the word boring might pop a little bit. I imagine the word boring. You might be thinking, like, why is this even on there? Why do they give me this? Why do they torture me like this? Now, for those of you who might have looked at the older SAT, it was a lot more condensed. You had shorter sections. Now the reading section is 65 minutes. And you might be saying, oh, that's great. Like, I get more time to do this. But I want us to think about what maybe is not so great about that. What's not so great about having a 65-minute straight section of reading? Probably back to the B word again, right? We get bored. We're like, oh my gosh, how am I supposed to focus for 65 minutes straight? So that is what this very session is intended to do, to give us a workaround, to give us like a reading hack. How we can approach the reading section much more effectively so we know we might be bored, so we're already going to work on combating that. So if you're also a person who's like timing, I saw Taylor was saying the timing's difficult. I'm sure a lot of us are nodding. Yup, timing's difficult. Well, we're going to talk about how we can focus on the most important things and avoid those things that slow me down, probably bore me, and it's the dreaded D word. So the third item right here, it's the dreaded D word, details. The details of the passage are meant to slow us down. For the uninitiated, they're meant to be read, tried to understood, tried to memorize, and that is absolutely not what we want to do. Instead, what we want to do is focus on the big picture. We want to think about claims that the author is making, any contrasts, any opinions at all. Guaranteed you will get questions on those things. What you will also get questions on is those details. But here's the thing. You don't need the big picture necessarily to get those details. You don't have to memorize those details. The memories are going to be back in the passage. Now, for the big picture stuff, I can't just go look at a specific line number. I'm going to need to have read it the first time, looking for that main idea, looking for that theme. So that's what we're going to focus on. We're going to focus on, okay, what does reading for points mean? It means reading for big ideas. It means being an active reader. So let's take a look at our 3-step Kaplan method. And feel free to let me know in the chat if this word inspires a lot of dread in you, I know it did me. Annotate. Annotate. I almost wish that annotate was like a 4-letter word or something like that, because like when I heard that word and I had a teacher saying to me I have to annotate, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's gonna take forever. It's gonna take me so much time. And I know when I started out annotating, I was like rewriting the whole passage. I was using almost as many words. But what we suggest is when you're reading actively, you don't annotate every single word. No, no, no. Instead, what might we write down, which is big ideas, maybe things that help us understand the structure of the passage, but I am not rewriting the entire passage. All right, second step. Now that I've done my active reading, what do I do next? Well, I'm going to take a look at the question step. I'm going to see, okay, well, what kind of question do I have on my hand? How am I going to best approach this? And then my third step is predicting. I want to make sure I have a sense of what I'm looking for before I go to the answer choices. Otherwise, the answer choices can be really tempting. And I'm sure a few of us have said, I always get it down to 2, but I picked the wrong one. I don't know if anyone else is guilty of that. I am. I'm absolutely. I should be thrown in the slammer for how many times I've done that. Got it down to 2 and picked the wrong one. Well, here is one great way to avoid falling into that: having an awesome prediction. So you're on the hunt for something very specific instead of saying, well, this one's kind of good and this one's kind of good. It's which one matches my prediction the best. All right. So let's talk a little bit more about what goes into a passage. Now, love for y'all to answer me this. Who in here has used an outline to write a passage before, or write an essay? Who in here has used an outline? So, you might even have to turn the outline in. I remember having to do that before, turn in an outline or a draft, what I'm talking about. Well, an outline consists of what? Well, my first paragraph will probably have like my thesis. My second paragraph will probably have, all right, maybe a topic sentence, maybe what I want to talk about. And so my other body paragraphs, and then my conclusion will just help me sum it up. That is our goal in the reading section, to reverse engineer an outline. Think about that, everyone. To reverse engineer an outline. We're going to take it out of essay form, out of all these words, all this huge pile of information, and we're going to take it back. We're going to deconstruct it so all we have left is the outline that the author created. So think about that. The author started with an outline once upon a time, and that's how they wrote this. And if we can break it down into outline form, we're going to avoid getting stuck in those details. We're going to be able to pull out that central idea, and then it's going to give us a theme, a tone, a vibe that will be present in virtually every correct answer. So again, what are we focusing on? These central ideas. How do we find it? By removing all the specifics, pull out the big important things. Now, what will help us connect these ideas? Well, keywords, right, everyone? Keywords will help us figure out how the author reasoned through, how the author laid out their essay. They might be making some claims, some counterclaims, giving us some evidence, giving us the author's opinion. So what we're going to ask ourselves, get in the author's head. What is the author trying to do here? How does this relate to the central idea of the passage? I'm not sure if anyone has been to a place where someone was maybe trying to sell you something. Maybe like you're buying a mattress, or you're at the mall and you went by a mall kiosk. Maybe some of you work in a mall kiosk. And what we want to think about is what that person is trying to tell us, the language they'll use. Maybe some of the transition words. Well, since you lay on your back for half of your life, therefore you should invest in a really good mattress. So those are the words that help us figure out what the author's trying to get at. So again, that's what we're asking ourselves. What is the author trying to do here? And how does this relate to what they're trying to ultimately convince us of or convey to us? So An author often will be making a really big claim. So they might have a thesis, or it could be more informative, and it's just a simple claim that they're trying to express to us. It might not be a persuasive essay, but just simply informative. In either one of those, we're going to have something to focus on. What does the author want us to remember? Now, I saw a great contribution from Elizabeth a moment ago saying, hey, here's a cool tip. Read the italics at the top so you get an idea of where the passage is going. Absolutely, Elizabeth, that is awesome. Because often it'll give you that central idea right away. And I like when you're done reading it too, it'll help you sum back up, help you reflect back on what was the big idea. Now, sometimes it's just kind of nonsense, like detail tells you the author where it was published, but other times it'll be really useful for the purpose. Great. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about some claim keywords. These words tell me I've reached a conclusion. Since you can put so many different toppings on it, thus, pizza is the best food in the world. I don't know if that's anyone else, but I typically can't go more than like 3 days without pizza. But I mean, I could go, but I just choose not to. So I might see a word like thus, reaching that conclusion that thus, pizza is the greatest food invented. Now, I might even add some other emphasis words, like, of course pizza is the greatest food. Obviously, clearly. Anyone that's trying to tell me it's like tacos or spaghetti or steak or hamburgers, they're just wrong. Because in fact, pizza is delicious and you can get it at so many places. So those words help tell you when you're hearing an opinion. Now, evidence. This is the support. This is the background. This is the basis for, again, me saying that pizza is so fantastic. So what did I say a moment ago? Well, I said, yeah, since pizza has so many different toppings to choose from, or since it's so easy to make, since it reheats so well, and I don't know if anyone ever does this with leftover pizza, you got to put it in the oven. You don't put it in the microwave. Put it in the oven. It tastes so much better. So again, I'm giving you some evidence for an ultimate claim. So you might see this set up in a couple different ways. Evidence might come first, and then your claim follows. This can also be reversed. I do not want you to think of the claim as a conclusion that has to go last. You might even think of like a movie you've seen that's non-traditional, non-linear, or a book where they give you the conclusion first. We can absolutely do that. So I can say, since pizza has so many toppings, therefore it is the greatest food. Or I can say, pizza is the greatest food. After all, you can choose so many toppings. You can make it a barbecue pizza, a Hawaiian pizza, and I am sorry if I'm making everyone hungry. Sorry about that. But hopefully you have some pizza nearby. Or maybe that's something you can negotiate with your parents. Say, hey, if I stick around for 6 hours of prepping, can you bring me a pizza? I feel like that'd be pretty convincing. I'm a parent, and I think I would absolutely be convinced by that. Like, yes, if you pay attention for the 6 hours, I will get you pizza, breadsticks, wings, anything. So feel free to use that. All right, so we've just talked a little bit about evidence. Now let's talk about contrast. This is one of my favorite keywords to take advantage of on a particularly challenging passage. Because imagine if I drift off a little bit. I'm starting to think about, I don't know, I got like a meet tomorrow, or I had some like girlfriend problems earlier, or I'm just like hungry, and I start to drift off. Contrast keywords are fantastic words to take advantage of, where you otherwise might be distracted, or it's just really complex and you're having trouble figuring out what's going on. You can take advantage of contrast keywords to figure out how ideas relate. So if I said, so we got Katie here, Greg says that pizza is the greatest food in the world. But Katie, no matter how little I understood what was being talked about, pizza, great, we got this. But if I was talking about thermodynamics and using a centrifuge, you might have been like, what? Like, what are they talking about at all? But as soon as you see but Katie, Or, but another scientist says, now all of a sudden, hold on, I have a contrast coming. So, but Katie, right? Now hold on. Now what am I talking about? Oh yeah. But Katie says that in fact, Katie, what do you like? Tacos? Is that your favorite, Katie? Tacos? But Katie argues that Taco Bell is the place to go. That Katie has a constant stream of Taco Bell in her bloodstream. It's just always in there in some shape or form. And again, we would know how those ideas, how those opinions relate. Really, really useful. Again, when you're struggling to focus, which happens, or when you just have a really, really complex passage. Figuring out that people are an opposite of each other, that alone can take you to the right answer. And Katie's saying absolutely tacos all the time for her. Okay, awesome. All right, so let's take advantage of this. We're going to talk about in just a second here about how we can see this on a passage, how we can grab these claims, the evidence, the contrasts to make our way really efficiently through a passage or two. Now, one last thing I want to focus on before we do that is author opinions. When I teach a class, here comes the most asked question that I get. Every single class I've ever taught, I've been doing this for 10 years. Literally every single class I get this. Greg, should I read the questions first? I'd love for you all to say, like, have you thought of that? Do you do that yourself? Greg, should I read the questions first? And here's what I will say. I will say 100% no. You will have like 10 or 11 questions with a passage, right? Or up to 13, right? You're going to have a number of questions with a passage. I'm going to have 10 or 11 questions or so. Is that going to be easy to remember as you're reading through a passage? So if I told you to read something, but I want you to remember 10 or 11 things, you're not going to remember that, right? Am I going to remember the questions that I'm looking for before I read the passage? No way. There's a lot of psychology out there about like the most our minds can remember, and 10 or 11 is way over it. It's something like 3 or 4. So if there were like 3 or 4 questions, I'd say, okay. But with this many questions, no way. Now you might be thinking, well, couldn't I get something from that? Well, here's where a really important point comes in. A few questions that you can guarantee that you will see are author opinion questions. These main ideas, these general theme questions, these are going to be about 3 or 4 alone. And the majority of the other questions, they're going to give you line numbers. They're going to be things you can go back to and find. But on these really general things, well, I'm going to tell you already, those questions are going to be there. What's the purpose of this? What was the main idea of the passage? The author did this in order to do something else. So there are things that we already know to look for. Author opinions, if you ever see it, you have to note it. So let's take a look at a couple things that we might see that'll tell us we have author opinion. So we might see some nouns, we might see some adjectives, we might see some verbs. How do I know this is an author opinion? Well, it seems, author says it seems. Well, that's not just a neutral, objective thing. It's kind of the author giving us an opinion on something, or something failed, or succeeded, or was a catastrophe, or was risky, or was unfortunate. All of those things would say, oh, you should perk up for a second. If you're drifting away, come back, everyone. Come back. Find those words, circle them, highlight them, maybe make yourself a note on the side so you can keep track of that information. That'll help you grab those main ideas. One last thing to note. Look for word charge, positive or negative. We want to constantly be thinking, what is the author? What are these critics? What do other people say? How do they feel about something? And again, that's going to pay off as we go to the questions. All right, well, we've done enough with intro. Let's go put it to the test. Let's do this. Let's see how we can use this to help us get some points on test day. Now, The first reading passage that we're going to look at, it's about half a length, maybe a little bit less than half a length that we'll see. And we're going to get a couple questions on this. Then in a few minutes, we're going to get a little bit longer one. But let's start off with this first paragraph. Take a moment. I want everyone to read this first paragraph. From many to addiction. Take a moment. I'll give you about 30 seconds. All right, let's take a peek at this. It should be pretty clear what's being said. Video games equal bad. That is probably something I would have in my note, like VG equals bad. Now, here's the thing. Here is the expert move here. To notice the language being used. Do I think that the author is going to end up supporting this same claim? Or is there a little hack, a little Easter egg, a little foreshadowing that tells me my author's probably going to change their mind? Let's take a look. Studies performed, supported, they evaluated. All these things are in the past. Oh, so if it was like this before, so they might have said, people used to think that carbs were the best thing for them. As soon as I hear that, I'm like, they used to think. It was like this, that I'm probably going to get something different. This is my starting off point, that I'm expecting my author to go a completely different direction. All right, let's take a look at this second paragraph. Let's think if we get details or an author opinion. Let's see. Studies showed, okay, that's pretty neutral, right, everyone? Studies showed, there's a lot of detail, right? And it's reinforcing this. Studies showed video games bad. Put your rocket shoes on and fly through this. Read it, but do not worry about memorizing this, especially if it's a detail. It's going to be there for us to go back to. Just say, yeah, this is more information. This is just more information about video games being bad. Tells me why it's bad. Why is it bad? Well, let's see. It was violent. There was violent stuff. And then people repeated, so I guess they got this violent stuff absorbed. Okay, so what are we going to write on the side then? Just simply something along the lines that the violence is bad. Okay, well, that's fantastic up until now. That was just restating what we had in that first part. Now, again, I want to take a quick note, quick peek at what we have over here. By no means am I saying you should only take notes and annotate. It's a very dynamic thing. Circle, underline, annotate briefly, put into phrases, use arrows to point to connecting ideas. But let me take a quick aside. Do I have any underliners in here? That's how you do reading comp. You're an underliner. You will underline, no matter what the passage is. That's how you approach it. Now, I will say I'm a recovering underliner. I'm recovering. I used to be an underliner. I used to do it every single time. And what I found is that my underlining didn't really help me. And part of the reason is because sometimes when we underline, it can get out of control. We can underline virtually everything. I don't know if that's anyone in here. You look back and you're like, okay, I guess everything's important. I guess everything's important because I underlined everything. Or you might read deeper into a paragraph and you're like, oh, I underlined the first two sentences and the paragraph went and talked about something completely different. So I see Elizabeth's an underliner, yeah. So I will not say zero underlining. I won't say that. What I will say is you want to be really careful. See, Jeremy is as well. You want to make sure you do it sparingly. And maybe do it after you've read an entire paragraph rather than just as you go. So you make sure, again, we're getting those main central ideas. Okay, let's go through the last two paragraphs here, the right side. Until recently, hold on, stop, throw my pen on the floor, hold on. Complete change of direction, right? If up until now I was saying they were bad, this is telling me, hold on, stop the process. Ooh, I'm kind of interested. I play a little bit of video games. I used to play some Madden. Now I play like some Sonic, Mario Kart racing with my little ones. I'm like, hold on, this might actually be good. I don't have to feel as bad playing with them. And sure, yeah, it tells us there's some good things. So again, in this part, you're going to get a whole lot of details about why they're good. What we just want to remember, basically, they're good, and then grab a word or two. What makes them good? What does it do that's a positive thing? Well, I might notice the end, it talks about, let's see, pattern, discrimination, all these benefits. Do not write down every single benefit. Do not underline maybe every single benefit, but give yourself something you can efficiently go back to. Again, I heard some timing issues, right? I heard some timing issues. Well, partly because I'm rereading. If I underline this whole thing, I have to reread it to go back and see what I was trying to tell myself. If I have it like this, look how much faster. Oh yeah, benefits are right here. It's going to be much more efficient. And this ties in again with us being bored. If I have to go back and reread the whole thing, it's going to suck the life away from me a little bit, right? We need to make sure we're staying focused, stay on our toes, stay alert. Grabbing a quick little chunk on the side will help us do that versus rereading the whole passage. So again, our mapping, the active thing we're doing, we're making it easier for ourselves to find it so we can be much more efficient. All right, and lastly, let's take a peek at this last piece. What are they telling us here? New information could change the form. Oh, cool. All right. So now that they're benefiting, it can help us do other things. So if we're taking a look at our big takeaway here, what should it be? That now it's helpful. Now they're planning on using it. We have maybe a plan for the future. That's a little bit different. All right. Well, we did the hard work, right? We put in the time in the passage. Let's go get some points on some questions. And a quick reminder, everyone, vote in the poll. If you put your chat through, we got Heather on green lighting. You'll see her later. So if you're ever wondering, like, why am I not getting through? Heather is our gatekeeper today, or at least right now. So if you put in just like the right answer immediately, you will not see it go through. So please, please vote in the poll so we all have a chance to think through it. Let's take a peek. Based on the information in the passage, studies performed in the 90s support the claim. Stop. We know this, right? We already have this from our initial understanding. This was before. What did they say before about video games? What's our tone? What's our prediction here? I don't know. I always like to make my prediction sound like a caveman. Like, games bad. And that's like all I can say. Like, you know, no other filler words, no helping verbs. I keep it simple. Games bad. All right, cool. What do we think about choice A? Excessive video game playing can have a negative. Game's bad. Done. All right. Next question. Next question. We got it. We got it. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that one. That is our right answer. Now, before we leave this behind, though, I just want to bring up a quick note. It can be really, really tempting to just pick it and move on. What I recommend saying is if you have it, you see it, you like it, if you're in love with it, like you would marry this answer choice, it's like your perfect pizza, go right ahead and do that. But if there's even something you're uncertain about, we're going to quickly go through it. So I see 95% of us are all over A. Boom. All right, let's knock out the others. Children who play video games are more likely to be interested in math and science. No, that tells me nothing about the 90s. Can improve performance. That's later in the passage. Teenagers who spend too much time playing video games, they become violent criminals. Choice D, if this was the first answer choice, anyone think they might have been tempted by it if it was first? I saw that first because it's talking about violence. Yeah, that's in the passage, sure. But here is our classic trap answer. They give us something that sounds familiar, that sounds like we read it, but it just takes it too far. We don't necessarily know they become violent criminals. We don't know that. We don't know that. It might make them slightly more violent, might add something to them being aggressive, but we cannot say for sure they become violent criminals. And that's why, as over 96% of us said, it is choice A. Very nice work on that one. And as we always like to do, you guys saw Arthur doing this earlier. I like to, and we all have like our favorite stars of our teachers. This is one of my favorites. I like to do the inlay here. The inlay, gold inside the dark one. Nice work on that one. Choice A. Let's grab another one. Let's go grab another right answer. Let's do this, everyone. Let's take a look at question number 2. The central idea of this passage is primarily concerned. Oh, cool, right? Another really big picture. What is this concerned with? Well, video games, right, were bad before, but now they're going to be good later. Something like that. That's our prediction. Bad before, but now we got new information. Now they're pretty good. All right, awesome. Let's take a look at our choices again. The poll is open. Get those votes in the poll. Awesome. I love Caitlin's enthusiasm. Nice work. All right. The central idea is concerned with, all right, choice A. The effects of video games on teenagers who play popular violent video games. Well, let's see. The effects of the video game, sure. And violent was mentioned. But wait a sec. Were they just talking about violent ones? Or maybe there was some that was not about violent as well? What I always love to do, if there is a single word from an answer choice that I'm not 100% sold on, I tell myself that. I remind myself. So as I'm comparing, I can say, all right, well, maybe that's the word I'll have to get past. Let's take a look at choice B. Outdated methods used by teachers and content developers to interest students in science engineering. Outdated methods. I don't think we just talk about them being outdated. Okay. Let's take a look at C. Let's take a look at C. How research about the effects of video game is being used to develop new teaching methods. What did it say down here? Let's take a look here, everyone. This new information could change the form that educational materials take. How does that sound as we take a look at choice C? That's pretty close, isn't it, everyone? Isn't that pretty close there? Let's keep that one for now. Let's take a look at choice D. How the impact that video games have had on children and teenagers has changed over the past few decades. Now, is that true in the passage? Is that true in the passage? Now, do they talk about this generally? Has it changed over the past few decades? Wait a sec. Oh my gosh, everyone. What did D do? Has the impact changed? Has the impact changed? No. Oh my gosh, what did they do? They tricked us so bad, didn't they? It wasn't that the impact changed. Like, it did. It did something bad then good. It's that we just have a new study. Oh my gosh. Let's take a look back at the entire passage. They have a new study. The only positive fact seemed. Well, now we just have a new study. Oh my gosh. Ben and Nathan got it. You guys, that was so tricky. That was so subtle. We have a new study. So for example, if we're thinking about like carbs, when I was younger, like in the 90s, when I went to high school, I learned that carbs were the best thing for you. 20 years later, now I'm told, like, don't eat carbs, have a no carb diet. And it's not the effect changed. They just use new studies. They just use new studies that now all of a sudden are saying, well, wait a sec, we actually found something good. It's not that it was violent before and now it's not violent. Or, I'm sorry, the violent caused bad and now the violence doesn't cause bad. All right, let me know let me know if that one was really tricky. And this is the exact kind of thing that we have to do. Our very last step to success in the reading section is to read every tiny detail of the answer choice. So here, what is D really saying? How the impact changed. Now, they could have added something that would make choice D a lot closer to right. How like the perception of the impact has changed. So if they included that instead of choice D, how the perception of the impact changed, oh my gosh. Isn't that incredible, everyone? So if you're a person here like shaking your head, you're like, man, I was totally D, like our whole class was. Do not take that as a bad thing. Make your mistake right now. Get some practice in. Make sure you have the rationale down, so you are ready the next time you see a question like this. All right. Excellent. I am really, really, really glad that we had time to tackle that one and that so many of us were tempted because now we know what to watch out for. We need to make sure that we are reading this correctly. Choice D is what I like to say. It's a zombie answer choice. It has words in it that I like. It has words in it that I like. Violence, the change of something. But the change was incorrectly stated. It was the perception. So if you want to take some notes on this, or you're taking notes right now, write down my example of the carbohydrates. Like 20 years ago, carbs are thought to be like the best thing. Like the food pyramid. Anyone seen like the older food pyramid? You were supposed to eat more carbs. And now it's not a pyramid anymore. And it's not the effect changed, but it was the different studies that were measuring different things. All of a sudden, like, ooh, we've been doing this wrong all along. Sorry about that, everyone who's now been really, really, who's fallen in love with carbs. All right. Excellent work on that one. Thank y'all for sticking with me through this. Next up, we're going to try an entire passage. Now, for this one, my team is going to paste a PDF. Is going to paste a PDF into our chat so you can follow along because it's going to take me up a couple slides here. So I'm going to give you all about 4 minutes, to read this. Now, it is not horribly like scientifically complex. There is a lot of information about this person, a former First Lady, Eleanor Roosevelt. So I'm going to give y'all 4 minutes to try to read this, make really, really brief annotations. We'll talk through some of the annotations together, and then we'll knock out a few of these questions. So, good luck. Dive in. Let us know when you're done. Feel free to throw in your main idea. What should we remember about Eleanor Roosevelt? You might want to just start like positive or negative and a little bit about why. Good luck. Dive in. 4 minutes. All right, so I'll give you about 1 more minute. Good job for those of you that are finishing. Feel free to give me your main idea. And I'm going to have Stephanie or one of my off-camera team people paste my map. Paste my map. All right, so let's start to dive in. And I just got word that someone just ordered a pizza, and that is awesome. That is awesome, James. Yes. And you're going to deserve it too. You deserve it. And anyone else that can convince their parents to order them a pizza, it is well deserved today. It is well deserved. All right. So, as you all just saw, Stephanie pasted in the chat my map. And I'm going to go through and I'm going to talk a little bit about what I noticed here. And I'm hoping a lot of you noticed the same thing. First off, we got our person. Our topic's going to be Eleanor Roosevelt. What do we know about her? She was committed to social justice. Perfect. The next thing, the only thing I had down for this one was her early life or maybe her childhood or something like that. Don't write down every detail. Just allow yourself to go back and find it more efficiently. Next part, active politically or socially. You don't need everything. You don't need everything about it. All right. And as Elizabeth pointed out again, it's about the legacy of Eleanor Roosevelt. We know that. And if it's about someone's legacy, well, we want to think positive or negative. And unless it's like one of the villains of history, this is absolutely going to be positive. So what is positive about her? What did she do? Well, it looked like she expanded what a first lady did. My note was just first lady with a voice. Then I knew that she was active in the New Deal. She was a teacher. She did some teaching all over. And she was a powerful speaker and writer. Then I get something about her, the post 1945 after FDR passes away. And then as we continue on, she becomes a human rights activist, works with the UN, and then ultimately her legacy, I just have like all these plus signs. So great map from Esha, from Aiden, from Connor, from Jess. Awesome work. From Dennis as well. Keep them efficient, keep them concise, and grab that big picture, and then we're going to see the payoff for our questions. So let's take a peek at some of our questions here, and let's start with our first one. As always, you know, we don't want to make Heather mad and just flood the chat with right answers. Well, she'd be happy to see the right answers, but make sure you get it in the poll, everyone. So our poll is now open. Poll is now open for question number 3. All right, everyone. How long should it take us to do this question? How long should it take us to do a question like this? The passage most clearly reflects the author's what? Well, positive, something good about Eleanor Roosevelt. This whole thing was really positive. So I'll give you a moment to look through the answer choices and vote in the poll. What do we get? So vote in the poll against. We don't want to make Heather mad. Trust me. When you see her on later, for those of us that stick around, you'll be like, I'm glad I did not make her mad. I'm just kidding. She's super nice. All right. So let's take a look at choice A. Who stopped at A? I always like to say, like, I think there's like a Beyonce song. If you like it, put a ring on it or something like that. Like, if you just know, you're at that point. Like, you've met Beyonce and you're like, not going to exceed this. Like, Jay-Z just knew. He's like, yep, I'm done. Yep, put a ring on it right now. Who did that and picked choice A? Admiration for Eleanor Roosevelt. See, about 85% of us. It's positive. There's nothing that's wrong. Let's take a look at this one. Regard for the accomplishments. Yep, like that so far. Regard. Yep. Accomplishments. Yep. Of who? Of who, right? Whose accomplishments? Oh, not FDR. His awesome wife. Okay, got it. That's why B's out. Support for the expansion of women's roles. Now, Our author, well, talks about a very noteworthy woman, but this goes a little bit too far. Our focus was on Eleanor the whole time and not necessarily just women as a whole. Then our last one, uncertainty regarding, I'm stopping uncertainty. I'm not even going to go a millisecond further as soon as I see that word uncertainty. I'm like, nope, that is out. There was nowhere in the passage that uncertainty was expressed. So think about this. Think about this if you had these flipped and you had choice D first. There's your first choice. You look at it. The second that you see uncertainty, everyone, I want you to knock it out. This is a technique we can do as we go through answer choices. If a single word is wrong, the entire thing is wrong. So if you're ever between two answer choices, you're like, well, this one kind of sounds better as a whole. If it has one little thing wrong, throw it out. I don't know if anyone's ever seen like fruit or something that has like a piece of mold on it or something. Like, no, that whole thing's going out. I'm not going to trust to just like cut it off. No way. I'm good. I'll grab something else to eat. And that's exactly what we want to think about for the choices. One thing wrong, whole thing wrong, done. Increase our efficiency. All right, so great work. I saw that we crushed that one. Absolutely wrong. I love that. That was a great comment. They did Eleanor wrong with choice B, trying to give it, right? Like she got mansplained or something. Like, no way. No way are we going to give, just, credit to FDR. She was pretty awesome, too. So, all right. A gigantic gold star for that one, as I saw how quickly we got our right answers in, and efficiency is the name of the game. Nice work. All right, everyone, let's take a look now at another question here. Let's take a look at number 4. Which choice provides the best evidence for the answer to the previous question? Now, everyone in here, this is a kind of question if you've not seen before. It's relatively new to the SAT. If you took it over a year ago, you're looking at like older materials, you will not see this on there. This is called the command of evidence question. This is the kind of question where it forces you to go find that evidence for the claim or for whatever was stated in the previous one. So, all right, we need to look for one. And feel free to vote in the poll I wrote. We need to find the answer choice that best says she was awesome, that best shows her the author's admiration. Let's see, which one best does this? Let's look at lines 22 to 25. Well, not sure that did it. Let's look at this part right here. 99 to 101. Her perseverance, integrity, and accomplishments forever. Not just for a little bit, everyone. Forever. Forever. Ooh. Render her one of the most well-loved and revered women in American history. Wow. Right? Wow. Okay. If that's not admiration, I don't know what is, right? If I had to go with the word stronger than admiration, I might say yes. This is just like complete, like a zealot on behalf of her. Yes, this is our match. I see it slowly moving in. So one of our tempting ones came from lines 22 to 25. Let's take a look back at that part. Lines 22 to 25 here. Now, what do we get in lines 22 to 25? Let me take us back just a little bit here. What did it say here? Well, while she was a committed wife and mother, she was also heavily involved with the national and international crisis that plagued her generation. Well, that tells us something, right? Like committed wife. I mean, it brings up her being a wife, right? Puts her on the back burner again. And just her being heavily involved, well, that could be something. There's no way that goes as far as that last chunk. So, all right, and I see most of us are migrating that way. Very, very nice job then on question number 4. It was, in fact, choice D. You got it. All right, great work on that one. Let's try out another question. The author most likely includes the detail in lines 25 to 26 during World War I hospitals to what? Okay, vote in the poll as soon as you feel like you got this. Let's take a look back. During World War I, she volunteered in hospitals while supporting and partnering in her husband's political career. Okay, why is that in there? Why is that in there? Well, I guess, I don't know, if my prediction was show her awesomeness, Like if I was just going to say as broadly as possible, I would just say her awesomeness has like no bounds. She's in hospitals. This is even while like her husband's political career is going on. Right? Like that's pretty busy. I don't know, if you know like how busy that is campaigning, but that's pretty busy. And she's still finding time to volunteer in hospitals during the war. Okay, that's pretty awesome. So let's take a look at our choices then. A, demonstrate Eleanor Roosevelt's expansion of the role of First Lady. She wasn't First Lady yet, everyone. She wasn't First Lady yet. It's out. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We got a dirty word, everyone. We got a dirty word. Prove. Too far. Too strong. Too much. We're going to knock it out. Take a look at C. Show how Roosevelt worked closely with her husband? What? He was doing it at the same time, but not them working closely. That's the one I'm going to knock out. That word right there. Lastly, support the idea that humanitarian work was a lifetime pursuit. Well, hold on. Volunteering at hospital, does that match up with humanitarian? Oh yeah, that does. It doesn't have to say it word for word. A circular pie is a pizza. If it has pepperoni and cheese and sauce on it, it's just a pizza by a different name. Absolutely perfect. And that is why our correct answer is choice D. So she did a lot of things, but it wasn't necessarily in her First Lady role, and that's why we picked choice D. All right, we have one last question to knock out. Then I'm going to bid y'all adieu for the day. Let's see if we can do it. Vote in the poll. Passage 9 most clearly supports the purpose of the whole passage by what? All right, so what did we see here in passage 9? Okay, yeah, this is her working for the UN, being awesome at the UN. Remember, like, chronologically, when was the UN? It was, like, at the very end, right? Like, it was after World War II, after had passed away, and this is what she was still working on. So, if anything, my prediction is something along the lines. Is, again, right, we're going after the FDR period and showing how awesome she still was. Let's take a look. Applauding the advances made in civil and human rights during her lifetime. Well, let's see. This does talk about civil rights, right? But do we even get the advancements that take place? I'm not sure I'm getting the advancements. What are these advancements? And am I applauding it too? I don't know if my author is necessarily applauding, right? Does it give me any words that says she was applauding? It's, oh no, you guys, right? It's informational. It's neutral. And if I am neutral, I'm not applauding. So we're going to take out choice A. All right, let's try B. Distinguishing her legacy as independent from her husband's. I feel like we said that a few times, didn't we? Said that was a really important point here. This is after he passed away. She's still rocking it out, still being awesome, still doing all these amazing things. So choice B does look pretty good. Now let's take a look at D as well. That one's a little bit tempting. Showing the relationship between her role as First Lady and diplomat. Okay, was she a diplomat? Yes. Does it talk about a relationship? No. This is one of those tempting answers. There's a word in there that matches with the passage. Same thing with choice A, everyone. Look at these words. Civil rights, diplomat. The word matches, but the logic does not. The logic must win out, everyone. And that's why our right answer here is choice B. Do not fall in the trap. Do not simply say, oh, I see this word, I'm going to go fetch. The SAT reading is not about go fetch. It's about finding the big ideas, keeping the logic straight. And with that, everyone, that is it. I hope y'all enjoyed this session on reading for points on test day. Again, this is one of our SAT channel sessions. My name's been Greg. Thank you so much, Katie, Stephanie, Gordon, Crystal, and Heather for great support. Next up at the top of the hour, we have Stephanie leading us through development and writing. If you need help on that grammar, need help connecting ideas, stick around. All right, everyone. Thank you all. Have a great rest of the afternoon.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to SAT Prepathon. Really excited to have all of you with us here today as we power through some of our SAT channel sessions to get you revved up for the SAT that is coming up. For many of you, I see quite a few of you are taking the SAT this week, in fact, so that's exciting. I am Kaplan instructor Stephanie. You have met quite a few of my colleagues joining us for this session. We've got Liz, we've got Crystal, we've got Rob, Katie, and of course Heather is doing a lot of stuff for us behind the scene with that chat. Give me a shout out, and I want you to tell me all of those things that Greg talked about in the last hour for those of you who joined us for Reading for Points on test day. Keywords, contrast words. Think about how that's going to help you break down reading passages, because here's the thing. I'm really excited that I am teaching what developed development in SAT writing right after Greg went through Reading for Points on test day. And by the way, as a reminder, if you've missed any of our Prepathon channel sessions, you can access them right here back at this URL for the next 30 days. So if you missed Reading for Points on test day, that might be one that you want to take a look at, because here's what we're going to talk about in this next hour-long session. We're going to look at those writing and language questions that ask you to rewrite, in some ways, that passage. These aren't the grammar questions. We're not asking you to, change a pronoun, to put an apostrophe, make sure the commas are right. These are the questions that are asking you to introduce, to add in a new sentence. Should you change a sentence, or should you leave it how it is? When you get those types of questions and it asks you, like, what's best? What should you do? Does it sometimes feel as though those questions are asking for your opinions? I gotta say, I really don't like feeling uncertain on the SAT, and I know I was with a lot of you for Reading for Points on test day in our last session. A lot of you don't like getting stuck between two answer choices either, right? It can be really frustrating to say, well, I know that these are kind of definitely wrong, but how do I pick between this and that? Have you ever felt that, particularly on these types of questions? Here's the thing. The same elements of the passage that are instrumental in helping you figure out the main idea and the author's tone and the author's point of view, all of that good knowledge that you're applying to the reading test, you are also going to be applying to the writing and language test for these difficult, arguably, many students find these to be the most difficult, writing and language questions. So it's like you get the skill once and you get to apply it to multiple places and get points in multiple sections. That's pretty awesome. So here's what we're going to take a look at. We are going to look at how to evaluate the passage's argument, information, and ideas. Whoa, this sounds an awful lot like trying to figure out the author's main idea and the author's opinion and point of view, does it not? And what we're going to do then is say, okay, based on this information, how do I need to revise this passage? Do I need to revise this passage? What am I going to do? Do I add something in? Do I take something out? Do I shift it? Do I leave it alone? We're going to do the same thing. Do I need to make revisions when I'm addressing claims or points in the passage that are making a statement? And finally, we're going to take a look at places that aren't relevant to the passage's topic and purpose. So you might be noticing a pattern already. Main idea, main claims, topic and purpose. If you know the main idea, if you know the topic, if you know the purpose of the passage, that's what's going to anchor your answer choices for these questions as well. I'm glad to see we've got quite a bit of excitement in here. That is fantastic. So there's three types of development questions, and they have, nice, fancy terms and titles, but here's how I want you to think of them. The first is called a proposition question, and these are going to ask you to express key ideas. Well, the key idea we can kind of think of as the main idea. So when you see proposition questions, I want you to think of this as IDing the main idea. What is it? Why did the author write this? What's the main idea? So these questions could ask you to just restate it. They could ask you to state it for the first time. Maybe they're asking you to introduce the passage. And if you have to introduce a topic sentence, if that's the one you can change, well, you have to know what the topic's going to be before you can do that. So what is the central idea? Why did the author write this? And what does the author think? 3 ideas that all come back to main purpose and author tone. Like, what's the author's tone? Why is the author writing this? And what's the main idea? Now, I'm going to ask you this. We've got lots of people here helping you in the chat. I've seen some good questions come in from other sessions and from today. Remember, you've got Rob, you've got Katie, you've got Crystal here, we got Heather. So tell us all in the chat. And by the way, remember, this is a moderated chat, so we try to get as many responses in as possible. But if you don't see yours come through the first time, that's all right. You'll see it come in another time. If you are asked to introduce a paragraph, what do you have to do before you can do that? Because a lot of these proposition questions ask you to either like write the thesis of a passage or write the topic sentence of a paragraph. Think back to your own writing. When we're evaluating topic sentences, we should be writing a sentence that kind of combines, overarches, that introduces what the paragraph's going to be about. Well, if you are just bopping around from underline section to underline section, you're not going to have any basis for this answer. In fact, when you get to a question that's asking you for a main idea, either the main idea of the passage or the main idea of a paragraph, you are in fact not equipped to answer this yet. You have to do these types of questions a bit out of order. You cannot introduce a paragraph that you haven't read, and you can't introduce the main idea of a passage that you haven't read. So when you see these questions that are asking you to adjust or modify these places, you have to say, whoa, hold up, self. I've got to keep reading. I got to know what the passage is saying or know what the paragraph is saying first. Yeah, that's right, Ahmad. So you have to kind of circle them, come back to them once you have enough information. So like I say, we're going to call these the main idea questions, because all these 3 types of development questions deal with the main idea. So this is like, what is it? Figure it out. Now, the second type of development question is called support. This is asking you to support the main idea. Shocking, right? Support the main idea. So what you have to do is, now that you know the main idea, what would strengthen it? What would be further evidence for this particular main idea? So these, you're usually given various facts and details. One of them will be relevant and will provide specific information that helps address the main idea, give some more information that makes you say, oh yeah, it's elaborating, I can understand this now. And the others will either be very broad and general. So you're like, well, that's great, but I kind of already knew that. Or they'll be off topic altogether. They won't address the main idea at all. So here you want to, again, support the claim. You have to know what the claim is. You have to know what the idea is before you can support it. And then, look for nearby clues. Well, clues come in a variety of ways. I want you to tell me in the chat, what is your favorite transition word? Or maybe you don't have a favorite transition word. Maybe you have a favorite opinion word, like a really strongly charged word that says you either think something really positive, maybe you're really skeptical. Those types of words are the clues that we're talking about. The same type of clues that would appear in the reading comprehension test are going to be the ones that help you out through writing and language. And our final type of question is a focus question. And focus questions, these are just asking you to stick to the main idea. So we've got 3 types of development questions. You're either going to ID the main idea, you're going to support the main idea, or you're going to stick to the main idea. The main idea. That is what's important here. So let's do a little bit of a confession time. And it's okay if you've done this. How many of you approach the writing and language section and you just kind of bop from underline section to underline section? You're like, this is timed. I'm just going to go boop, 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 boop. I'm going to grab those underline sections. I'm not going to read like all the sentences and the paragraphs and all the fluffy stuff in between. Have any of you ever thought that that's a strategic way to approach the writing and language test? Because, if you've thought that before, I can see your logic. That would work very well if all the questions in the writing and language test were testing grammar. Because many times, but even then, not 100% of the time, but frequently, you can assess grammar at the sentence structural level. Now, sometimes you can't, right? Transition words, you have to know what's coming before, you have to know what's coming after. Every now and again, there's a pronoun that needs to be defined somewhere else. But grammar, for the most part, we can take it at a sentence structural level. Main idea questions, however, you cannot address main idea level questions at the sentence structural level. You have to know the main idea. And there's only one way that you are going to be able to figure out what the main idea is when it comes to figuring out these questions. And that is going to be reading the whole passage. Now, you're not going to read the whole passage and then do the questions. It's a little different than reading comprehension, but you're going to read, and as you encounter those underlined sections, you will address them, right? But you are going to read all that text in between, even if there isn't an underlined part or even if there isn't a question there. All right, so I like what Elizabeth says, I read them, but I don't pay as much attention to them. And that's a very good approach. You don't want to pay as much attention because it's not directly asking you for anything, but you do want to just have a sense of, okay, what's going on? What's the author talking about? If you see a transition word or something like that, just kind of be aware, like, okay, the author's making a statement, making an opinion, the author's contrasting something, so you kind of want to read it at that sort of overview level, keeping in mind that that may be the place where your context clues come from for some of these development questions. We're going to take a look at some in just a second, and you're going to see exactly what I mean by that. All right, so these focus questions are just going to want to be consistent with the surrounding sentences. So guess what that means? You gotta write the surrounding sentences. I know, right? Shocker. And it's going to fit with the scope, the purpose, main idea, right? Stick to the main idea. All right, so let's take a look at this one right here. Now, my colleagues are going to be able to provide you with a PDF. Well, actually, you don't have a PDF for this one. We're going to get a PDF for some of those later ones. So take a look at this one on the screen. Now, I'm not going to, we don't want to deluge Heather with a bunch of thumbs up to say I've finished reading this. So I'm just going to give you a couple seconds to read this paragraph. You don't have to let us know when you're done because it will just overwhelm the chat otherwise. But as you read this, I just want you to be thinking, am I ready to answer this question yet? Take a moment to read this first paragraph. Okay, so this question right here that we have underlined, this medical advice remains. Now, do we know that that is true? Take a look at our other choices. This medical advice remains standard for generations until he came along, despite his efforts, until he developed a cure, until he proved it. This question is asking us to introduce the rest of the passage. Are we ready to do that yet? Do we have enough information to know what the rest of the passage is about? Guys, we may be like SAT experts or SAT wizards, and you all are SAT experts and SAT wizards in training, but guys, we cannot foresee the future here. We have no idea what this passage is about until we read the passage. So that is what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to say, okay, this question is asking me to introduce the main idea. We're going to call that a proposition question, but remember, that is asking us to identify the main idea. Well, we don't know what that is yet, but we do know that we're going to have to know it later on. So we're going to say, all right, hold up, can't answer you yet. we don't have enough information to do this. So we're going to circle it on test day. We're going to make doubly certain that we do not miss grid on our bubble sheet. So if you feel the need to bubble in a letter of the day, or A, B, C, D, pick one, just to keep yourself honest in your bubble sheet, that's absolutely okay. Skipping questions and doing questions out of order can be one of the #1 most strategic ways that you can spend your time on test day. Smart strategic test takers are totally cool skipping questions and doing them out of order. But the worst thing you can do on test day is accidentally miss grid and then have all of your answers one off. So you may, in fact, say, okay, I'm going to circle this on my test grid, or circle this on my test booklet. I'm just going to put anything in right there just as a placeholder, because when I take a look at question number 2, I just want to make really, really, really certain that I don't put this in the wrong spot. You might not do that for question number 1, but maybe that was question 21, right? Then you might want to be a little more careful. So let's take a look at question number 2. And in the back of our minds, we're like, okay, self, I got to figure out, how does Dr. Barry Marshall, what's his role in all this? All right, so I want you to, again, give you some time to read to yourself. And we're going to read just up. We're not going to quite answer question number 2 yet. We're just going to stop right at the cusp. And as you read this, I want you to tell me and tell Crystal and Katie and tell Rob and tell Heather in the chat, what do people think of Dr. Barry Marshall? Take a moment to read. Now, I've stopped you right before question number 2 for a reason. That's because I really want you to focus in on context clues. Now, on test day, you wouldn't stop here. You would, in fact, read to question 2, and then you'd have to come back and assess. But I'm stopping us right here because I want us to kind of think how we're going to answer this one. We know a couple things about Dr. Barry Marshall. First off, we know that the medical community scoffs at him. All right, well, we scoff at people that we don't think are saying true things. So we've got this context clue. Now, you do not have to grab your number 2 pencils and annotate writing and language passages the same way you would a reading comprehension section. But I want to show you how you use the words, you use those context clues, you use those keywords in the same way for those development questions. Yeah, Marcus says, yeah, they just thought Marshall was stupid. Honestly, it's crazy. They totally think that he is like off his gourd, we might say, yeah? They're scoffing at him. There's this common knowledge that everybody else believes, and he's like, no, I don't think the common knowledge is true. So everyone else thinks one way. They think that he is ridiculous, that he's full of nonsense. They're really skeptical of what he's saying. And we have our context clues to back that up. So now at this medical conference, we have a sentence that's describing Dr. Barry Marshall. Well, let's take a look at some of our answer choices. Here, at best, he's a maverick, and at worst, he's a quack. This actually seems to be pretty, we've got some support for this. A quack, yeah, that kind of fits with what we thought. And at best, he's some guy that like does his own thing. So best case scenario, he's going to defy conventional logic and like boldly go where no physician has gone before. Worst case scenario, he is like a crazy lunatic and doesn't know what he's talking about. And we see that here as well in answer choice B. All right, let's take a look at some of these other answer choices. Is this paragraph about Dr. Barry Marshall's social engagements? Is he a friendly guy? Maybe he's a bit of a loner. Is he sociable? What does he do at happy hour? Does he have a lot of friends? Like, we don't care about this at all. All right, the point of this paragraph is, presumably we're being set up to learn a little bit about how Dr. Barry Marshall is thought of by his colleagues. See you later. Answer choice C. What you're doing after work is not our concern. And answer choice D says that he avoids medical conferences. Well, why bring it up if you're just going to say that he doesn't go, right? So let's get rid of that one as well, because otherwise there's no point of saying this. Like, oh, by the way, in case you were wondering, Dr. Barry Marshall doesn't like to go to conferences. Like, what? No. So completely off topic. So now we've got these two questions right here. What is the difference between answer choice A and answer choice B? Sometimes you have to think about comparing the two answer choices on these development questions because the difference may be rather subtle. Both of these correctly tie into the context clues we already have. People scoff at him. His colleagues believe that he's kind of defying common knowledge. So the only thing that's different is whether he's a well-known veteran or whether he's some unknown young individual. Yeah, so here's where we have to think, well, what do we have proof for? We don't have proof that he's a well-known veteran. If he was a well-known veteran, the medical community wouldn't scoff at him, and the medical community wouldn't think that he's kind of crazy. If he was well-known, if he was a veteran, then he would be someone who's already established and accepted. But he's not. He's outside of this. No one really believes him. Everyone thinks he's kind of a kook. And because of that, we have proof for the fact that he is somewhat unknown. What people do know of him isn't very positive, but we don't have any proof for answer choice A. This is what we call a focus question. Remember, this is the stick to the main idea. Stick to the main idea. And the main idea in this case was, so what's up with Dr. Barry Marshall? Who is he? What do people think about him? So we have his character. That's what we found. And this is why we can eliminate these others. Now, I saw some good questions come in. So does it matter that he's young or does it matter that he's a veteran? It's not so much that it matters, so much that we have to be able to prove it with the support that we're given. We don't have any support for the fact that he's a veteran or well-known. Someone who is well-known and well-established would not be treated this way by the community. So by default, then, he has to be the opposite. He has to be young or he has to be unknown. We don't have direct proof that he's young for this either, but unknown better fits the proof that we do have. He's kind of outside. He's like anti-establishment. He's outside common knowledge. People are scoffing at him. They don't really believe him. They don't give him much credit. And if they don't give him much credit, he's not a well-known veteran. So we have to go with the other direction. Okay. And I really like, I see Clara point out, well-known has positive connotations, but people think he's negative. Yes, you can use the general tone, right? We don't have to go like super nitty-gritty into some of these. We just have to say, well, people think he's weird. People think he's negative. Let's go with the negative option, and unknown would be the more negative of the two. All right, let's take a look now at our next question. And we know we're going to read this whole thing, right? We're going to read the next sentence, and then we're going to read the next sentence. We're not just going to bop, bop, bop. We're going to continue reading, and we're going to read all the way to the end here. So go ahead, read the rest of this paragraph, and then we're going to talk about question number 3. All right, this question is asking us to include an appropriate detail. Now, let's just translate this word most appropriate into the language we've already been using, because I don't want you to sit there on test day and go, most appropriate? How do I know what's appropriate? What's inappropriate? Most appropriate means what on these types of questions? This is another one of our development questions. So this is a support. We want to include an additional detail that supports the main idea. So what is appropriate? Something that is going to directly relate to the main idea. Now, the learning takeaway I want you to have for this question, we talk about main idea, and I've talked a lot about main idea of the passage. Sometimes we're just talking about the main idea in a particular location. Notice how question number 2, we were talking about the main idea of these previous couple of lines. And that's what we're doing here with question number 3. Let's take a look at what the author just told us. The author just told us that many medical discoveries their breakthrough came through partly by accident. So what do we want to support in this next sentence? We want to provide more details or more evidence for the fact that this was by accident. So now we know what the idea is that we are trying to prove. So we can take a look at some of these. Well, let's see. Answer choice A. Well, one's well organized and one is totally not. So by the way, this breakthrough was totally Dr. Warren's fault because Dr. Warren never cleans his bench lab and it's totally irritating. And like, come on, guys, we're not pointing the finger here, right? Like, who cares whose fault it was, right? The fact is that it was an accident. Let's learn more about this accident. I'm taking a look at the poll here. We are really liking answer choice B. We're also tempted a little bit by answer choice D. So let's take a look at those two because I love how you guys are like, A is totally off topic. C, grant writing has nothing to do with the accident. Okay. Here's how you can differentiate between two sentences that do in fact address the main idea. Which of these is more specific? Which of these gives you actual detailed information to tell you about what they accidentally discovered? Answer choice D says, well, they discovered it in the lab and it brought them closer to finding a link. But we don't know what they discovered and we don't know how that helped them find their link. It's basically just kind of like repeating what it said. They left it growing overnight and then so the next day they found it and it told them something. We didn't really learn a lot else, right? We already knew they left it overnight, so presumably the next day they found it. And what did they find? I don't know. They just found it. They found it, right? But take a look at answer choice B. This is what they found. They found a vibrant culture of overlooked bacteria. A swaggy potato. One, I am so excited that I just got to say that on camera. And 2, overlooked ties in and matches with by accident. Yes, cyber high five. That is the type of context clue that we are looking for on these types of questions. Without a doubt, answer choice B mentions that it was an accidental discovery, and we are going to circle that one. So we're proving that accidental breakthrough, and there we go. D is too general, and B, yes, overlooked, says that it was discovered on accident. Fantastic work. Let's take a look at one more question here. All right, so at the very end, go ahead. I'm going to give you some time to read the rest of this because all this stuff here matters. And we're going to think about how to conclude this passage. So this question is asking us to conclude. Well, a conclusion should, much like an introduction, wrap the whole thing up. So this is another one of those questions that we would consider proposition. Remember, this is asking us to ID the main idea, and in this case, restate it in a slightly different way, which is what you all know conclusions do, right? When you conclude, you kind of restate your thesis. We're restating the main idea. If you had to summarize this passage in just a couple of words, maybe even less than a sentence, tell Katie, Rob, Crystal, Heather, and myself, what's this passage about? What did you learn about? Just a couple of words. Tell us in the chat. So you might have said something like, well, it's about Dr. Barry Marshall, and it's about Dr. Barry Marshall's discovery of ulcers by accident. So we can start eliminating answer choices already based on that. We can eliminate answer choice A because this passage is not about his wife. I'm sure she was very proud to witness this, but completely irrelevant. And looking down there at the poll, I can see you guys also wanted to eliminate answer choice C, which is excellent because this is saying, sadly, his work hasn't been acknowledged. Well, they just gave him the Nobel Prize. So I feel like we don't even have to feel. This is contradicting the second to last sentence. So we can get rid of that one too. Now let's take a look at choice B and choice D. Does choice B or D better capture that sentence summary that you've been telling us here in the chat? If I asked you, what's this passage about? Are you going to say it's about their careers flourishing and by their way, then they got tenure? Oh my goodness. No, and I can see our poll has dramatically shifted now to answer choice D because we want to conclude a passage with what we read in the passage. And let's see how we can support every single part of this. Well, was it luck? Sure was. It was an accidental discovery. Was it experimentation? Well, if we read this previous paragraph, we learned that he took a bold step and drank the bacteria himself to tell, what? Yeah, that's a bit of an unorthodox experimentation there. Persistence, yeah, they kept doing it, even after nobody believed them. So we can absolutely find proof for every aspect of answer choice D. So we're going to circle it and we're going to be super excited. I'm looking at our poll. Oh my goodness, we're like 90% in love with answer choice D. So let's get a big gold star for this. And let's now go back to question number 1. Because question number 1 asked us to introduce this whole passage. We know what this passage is about. We know that Dr. Barry Marshall figured out what causes ulcers. So now we can go and introduce this entire passage. This introductory blurb is talking about how they thought, past tense, ulcers were caused, right? It was thought that this was about stress and food, and if you just, don't be stressed and eat the right things, then your ulcers will go away. Dr. Barry Marshall said, it's about this bacteria, and I proved it by drinking a flask of bacteria and seeing it grow over my lab. So now we can say, aha, this is the opposite of what Dr. Barry Marshall discovered. And we've got this nice until right here, Barry Marshall came along. So we can get rid of something like answer choice B, despite his best efforts. This advice is not standard today. False. This advice remains standard despite a lack of evidence. False. And Dr. Barry Marshall did not prove it being like all this stuff, right? He proved the opposite of that. So let's get rid of answer choice D. Now I'm pausing here between answer choices A and C because if you're like many of my students, C is very, very tempting. And if you are tempted by answer choice C, I want you to be like, yes, I totally fell for a wrong answer today when I'm hanging out with Stephanie and with Crystal and Katie and with Liz and with Heather and with so many people here that can help me figure out why I fell into this trap. And I'm looking at our poll and yeah, we are all falling into a major, major trap right here. Tell me in the chat, what did Dr. Barry Marshall find? We read it. We read it in that last couple of paragraphs. Did he find the cure? No. He found the cause. He discovered the cause of ulcers, not the cure for ulcers. So that's why we're going to pull ourselves out of this trap and we're going to circle answer choice A. Answer choice A is exactly what we want. This advice remained standard until Dr. Barry Marshall came along and discovered the cause of ulcers. So if you fell for this wrong answer today, no big deal. Brush it off and just say, hey, self, thank goodness that I now know to check for every single word in the answer. If one word's off, the whole thing is off. I'm seeing that poll shift to A. I love it. By the way, never be afraid to shift your answer from a wrong answer to a right answer. That tells all of us that you get it. You totally know what's going on. We love to see the poll change in that positive direction. All right, we're going to take a look at another one here. Let's take a look at this one. I want you to go ahead and I want you to tell me, we're not going to read this. I don't want you to focus too much on all the nitty-gritty numbers and details here. But as we read these next 3 or 4 lines, what is our main idea? Let's identify it. Well, we've got a lot of facts about skin, right? Skin's largest organ. It comprises this and this, the body weight. It's got this, that, and the other. So we would say right now that our main idea is that we got a bunch of facts about skin. So here we go. When you're looking at these development questions, identify the main idea. And our main idea here is like skin facts. Okay. So what are we going to want to include to finish off this sentence in question number 5? Well, if our main idea is skin facts, we're going to want to stick to the main idea. We're going to want to stick to some facts about skin. Which of these is a fact about skin? Well, A is not a fact about skin. A is telling us that people have studied it. Maybe they'll discover something else. That's not a fact about skin. Has been studied by countless scientists. Okay, but that's not a fact about skin. Is mainly composed of dead cells. Ooh, now we're getting somewhere, right? This is a fact about skin. But we got a problem. We've got a conclusion that, therefore, scientists don't care about it. What? This is not evaluating whether or not scientists care about it. We're looking for facts about skin. And we are going to get that with answer choice D. I'm taking a look at our poll down there. Thus, it's mainly composed of dead cells, which are constantly being replaced by new cells. Skin fact. By the way, you don't personally have to know any facts about skin. All you have to be able to do is recognize which of these is a fact that's about skin and which of these is something that's not about skin or about an opinion or an evaluative judgment. And that's what we get in answer choice C. Thus, people don't care about it, has already been studied. That's not a fact about skin. That's a statement about something else. Right. I'm going to give you a second before I flip here. I want you to go ahead and just continue to read this last sentence. Because as we know, we have to have all of this context to understand what these passages are about. And if you read that and you thought, more skin facts, fantastic, because that's exactly what we're dealing with. All right, let's take a look at this next question. So once more, go ahead, take a few seconds just to read this paragraph. And I want you to be thinking, what is the main idea of this paragraph? Well, right away, we can see that the main topic hasn't changed. We are still talking about skin. This time we're talking about the skin forming a protective barrier. So in this sentence, should we still be focusing on the skin? You better believe it. And should we still be thinking about how the skin is the, in this case, first line of defense? Well, yeah, because that's what this sentence is about. So here we go, which effectively concludes the paragraph. We're looking for something that's about skin, not something else, not the liver, not the liver. That's not what we're talking about. Get out of there, answer choice C. Scientists, get out of the way, just like answer choice 5. We don't care about what you think, just care about skin. And while it may be true that skin requires careful upkeep and care, that doesn't provide us with the most specific support for what we're talking about, which is a protective barrier and a first line of defense. So there we go. We're going to stick with answer choice A because this keeps the focus on the skin, whereas answer choice C, very tempting, but shifted it to other organs. All right. Let's keep on rocking and rolling. Guys, I think that you are ready to take the reins a little bit. What do you think? Are you feeling prepared and equipped to break down these development questions along the lines of what is the main idea? How can I support the main idea? How can I stick to the main idea? Definitely. You guys are ready to do this. I want you to take a look at this passage right here. My colleagues are going to provide you with a PDF of this passage. They're in the chat, so you'll be able to access this and see some of the text elsewhere that's not just here on the screen. All right, let's apply our same logic to each of these questions. So for question number 1, take a second just to read this sentence to yourself. All right. So we know that we're looking to add in now a relevant detail. Well, this is a detail that's happening right up front. Notice how our only context clues thus far have been that the relationship between Polk and Jackson is that Polk followed in the footsteps of Jackson. So something relevant is going to have to be something that talks about the following in the footsteps. By the way, many of these other answer choices, if you might be looking at it, you might be saying like, whoa, I don't know if both men were fiery. Were they both fiery? If you're ever looking at an answer choice and you're not certain that it may be able to be proved yet, you can always put a pin in this one, circle it, and come back to it. All right. In this case, if we read a little bit further, that's what I want you to do right now. I want you to just read a couple lines further in this passage, and I want you to give me the transition word that allows us to conclusively eliminate any choice that mentions that they're both fiery personalities. Did you catch this contrast word right couple sentences below? However, they don't share the same temperament. So even if you were somewhat tempted by one of those choices early on, I would hope that by the time you reach that, however, on test, you'd say, whoa, hold on, I got to go back and change that other answer. That sometimes will happen in development questions. We're actually going to see another one in just a moment that you may not feel comfortable answering at the time. That's okay. Do them out of order. Following in the footsteps, well, literally, they follow in the footsteps. They were born in the same place, then they moved to a different location. That matches up with our context clue. Again, you don't have to know anything about what is a true or false fact about these presidents. You just have to be able to use the context clues in the passage itself. Now, maybe a lot of us, I see in the poll, a lot of us were tempted by D. Now, if you're maybe taking, AP US history or you're being prepping and you're like, I know so much about these guys. What do you have to do on test day? Forget all of your outside knowledge, right? Only go with what you have evidence for in the text. And that does include questions like this in writing and language. This is not mentioning footstep following. Okay, let's take a look at question number 10. Oh, I love question number 10. I want you to focus on your context clues here. In fact, Young Hickory's policies were very similar to Jackson's. Now, at this point, you might be saying, Stephanie, I see a context clue. Let us know in the chat. I mean, very similar. We're looking for similarities, but we're not just looking for all similarities ever. Notice how we care about similar policies. Now that we've identified those context clues, go ahead, take a moment to answer the question in the poll. All right, so let's take a look at these similar policies. Both men favored lower taxes, check. Champion the frontiersmen, check. And farmers and workers, check. And neither was afraid to indulge in Tennessee whiskey. Okay, this is definitely a similarity that the two individuals may have shared, but this is not a policy, right? So we have to get rid of answer choice A, because whiskey drinking, not a political platform. So we're going to get rid of that one. We're also going to get rid of answer choice B for the same reason. I'm looking at the poll and we're liking answer choice C. Both men favored policy. Here's a policy they both opposed. We've got 3 policies and they're all things they have in common. Fantastic. We can get rid of answer choice D because we've got this big contrast word. This is something they didn't agree on. Uh-oh, we don't want what they don't agree on. We only want what they do agree on. Let's take a look at our next question here. Which choice introduces the paragraph? Tell me in the chat, what do we have to do before we can answer question number 11? We've got to read the paragraph. We can't introduce something that we don't know. So go ahead, take a look at this paragraph, and then tell me in the chat, what is this paragraph about? Or how is this paragraph organized? Well, we've got a chronological description of his early life. We've got from an early age, he did this, and then he went to school, and then 2 years later he did this, and then he was elected. So what we have here, this is like the bio paragraph. So we want an answer choice that introduces Polk, not his father, so we can get rid of answer choice A. We aren't quite yet to his wife, and we also aren't focused on his parents. So we're just looking for the choice that introduces Polk at an early part of his life. And that matches up with answer choice D, and it now also fits in with a paragraph about his life. All right, I'm loving this Polk's life, what he did. You guys, these are fantastic, fantastic descriptions of what's going on. All right. So we know that we're starting young, we're moving on. This is about his life prior to presidency, or his life in order. So now we want to know what is consistent with the information in the rest of the passage. So we have to support this claim and be consistent with the rest of the passage. This is one of those questions that we would be able to potentially eliminate 2 answer choices. He was admitted to the bar and then he married, well, this answer choice A goes way too much in depth about his wife. This is not about her. We got to get rid of some of that information. And it's also not about his personal life. As many of your predictions said, this is his like political life, his life before the presidency. So it's focusing on his career, not his personal life. So we can get rid of answer choice B. At this point, you might be saying, wait a moment. I don't know if he was elected governor or if he was elected to the House of Representatives in 1823. Again, this is not testing your biographical knowledge of President Polk. So what you could do here is you could say, hold on, it says rest of the passage. There's going to be evidence for one of these answer choices over the other. Go ahead and take a look in that PDF. And if you scroll ahead, we're going to see, because we're torn between C and D, and we should be. At this point in the passage, we should be torn, 100%. We have no evidence for C over D or D over C. But if we read ahead, if we were to say, come back to this question after further reading, what do we notice about what happened after this? So from wherever he was elected to the House of Representatives. And then in the next paragraph, then we learned he left Congress to serve as governor. So he wasn't governor yet, right? He was the Tennessee House of Reps. And then he went to the U.S. House of Reps. Now, we also have to know what's happening in that next paragraph to answer question 13, because this is asking us to transition. Well, we've just learned that he was in the Tennessee House of Reps. Then he goes to the U.S. House of Reps. And in our topic sentence, we learn that he becomes governor and that his aspirations are high. So we're looking for something that links 1839 to becoming the governor and having high aspirations. We're looking for something that is going to transition, catapulted him to a position of prominence. Well, that does match up with what we just got in that next paragraph, and it mentions his high aspirations. All righty, let's take a look. We've got just a couple more questions here going on. So we now know, here we are, his high aspirations. Let's take a look at question 14. Question 14 is a question that many find difficult, and you may find it difficult as well. That last one was tricky. In fact, all of these questions can be potentially tricky. I'm seeing here, I'm looking, saying that one's tricky. These are difficult questions. That's why we're doing them together. I want you to take a look at your context clues for question number 14. And I'm going to be a hint. The context clues for this one come after the underlined section. You see those two words? Both men. Both meaning only two. This is not about Abraham Lincoln, right? But even if it was, we've got Abraham Lincoln, and we've got Henry Clay, and we've got Martin Van Buren. We can't have both men if we've got three men. That is not going to work. So we're going to have to get rid of answer choice A, in part because Lincoln's support is irrelevant, but also because it doesn't match up with both men. We can get rid of answer choice C because this doesn't mention two men at all. So both men still doesn't work. And answer choice D mentions only two men, but goes way into their political platforms and then later is contradicted. So we're just going to get a nice, straightforward, who are the two candidates? And now we've got both men, those men being Van Buren and Henry Clay. We don't care about other individuals. Remember, this is about Polk. Don't go into depth about things that are off topic. I'm seeing we're really torn on this one, right? Because we may be tempted to know other facts, especially when you get those topics that you may be familiar with. Just stick to your context clues. We're going to use this exact same thought process to move on to question 15. Jackson's advice for, against, the wishes of his advisors. Do we care about anybody other than Polk? Does it matter how Polk came to his decision? No, this is not about anybody else. This is just about, this is just about Polk. Polk recognized that neither candidate could assume that we don't have to decide whether or not someone is for or against, who's advising. We just have to stick to the topic at hand. All right, we've got our last question. Let us take a look at question 16. You guys have been rocking out these high difficulty development questions. We want to introduce this paragraph. Take a look. What is this paragraph about? Well, let's see. First, he divides up the Oregon Territory. Then he acquires California. Then he extends the borders. This is all about territorial expansion. This is all about expanding the borders of the US, and that is going to match ourselves up with answer choice B. All right, great work on these development questions. Again, you can access these videos for 30 days. And if, of course, you can come back, we've got a lot of great channel session programming coming up in the rest of Prepathon. Up next is Liz. Liz is going to tackle some of these advanced math questions, some of those hardest topics that you are going to see in both the calculator and no calculator sections. So stick around, and on behalf of myself and all of us here at Kaplan, happy prepping. Good luck on test day.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to our next hour of the SAT Prepathon. My name is Liz, and I'm super excited to be with you for the next hour as we talk about math advanced concepts. So I know that we did some introduction to math with Arthur at the beginning of the Prepathon a couple of hours ago. We're going to follow that up with some discussion of some of the harder math topics that you will see on test day. But before we dive in, I want to introduce my fabulous co-teacher team in the room with us and helping us out. We have Boris and Stephanie, who was just with us. So a big shout out to them and thanks for being here. In this session, as I said, we're going to be covering the toughest math question types. And like other kinds of the other sessions today on the Prepathon, the material from this is coming from the SAT channel. So for those of you who are current Kaplan students, some of this may look familiar. For those of you who are not current Kaplan students, this is a great way to preview the kinds of content that's available to our students. And I know many of you guys are here as juniors, and that's great. I'm so happy to see it. This is a great time as juniors to be prepping to take the SAT and to be getting a handle on some of this content. So here on our streaming page, you will see that there is a chat box over here to the right. And there's also a poll down here at the bottom. So I encourage you to engage and talk to us as you're working through the material with us today. And just a note, I know that this comes up in the chat a lot, so I just want to remind you that this material will be archived here through April the 5th. So if you missed some of the earlier sessions, or if you have to leave, or if you just need a break, or you need to go to the bathroom, or you just want to come back and review, you can come back to this page through April 5th and review the material. Okay, the other thing I want to mention is that so much of the material in this section, in this particular hour, comes from practice tests that are freely available from the College Board at collegeboard.org. So if you want to go back and look at some of these questions later, the College Board has a number of free practice tests that you can download and look at. I just wanted to let you know that. So in this lesson, we're going to be talking about these 6 different kinds of challenging math topics. Real world. We'll look at systems of equations, particularly in the context of word problems. We'll talk about quadratic expressions, especially when they don't have an obvious way to reverse FOIL. And we'll talk about functions, we'll talk about exponential functions, and polynomials. Okay, so let's start with our first topic, solving a real-world formula. So you'll see a scary-looking formula with lots of different variables, and you'll be asked to solve for one of the variables. So our key strategies here are just to not panic. These are designed to look hard, but they're often not as hard as they look. So we'll be looking for some shortcuts. In particular, we can often find some shortcuts to avoid doing a lot of the algebra. So let's take a look at our first question, question number 7. So you'll notice that this question looks really nasty. We look at all of this math here and notice that the question E. That doesn't look like a good time to me. I don't know about you, but I'm not really excited about doing that. So instead, we're going to do a little bit of strategic thinking. First, let's just think about whether we can go through and divide by this 1 plus r over 20. We just eliminate those 2 out. Is that we've got this minus 1. We have addition, subtraction in the denominator, and it's not going to allow us to just cancel it out. So we can go ahead and eliminate 2 of our answers. Go ahead. Which 2 answer choices can we eliminate because it doesn't have one of those red circled things, the 1 plus r over 1200. If we have to keep that, we can go ahead and eliminate answer choices C and D. Now notice we haven't done any kind of math, we haven't done any algebra. We have just noticed that we can't eliminate a term, so we'll eliminate the answer choices that did get rid of that. Next up, let's take a look at answer choices A and B. And I really just want you to focus on comparing the two of them. Okay, so A and B look very similar. One big difference. And the difference is that answer choice A is essentially the inverse of answer choice B. So we look at our question. We look at the question and we're trying to determine, well, do we need to flip the fraction? And notice that we're going to be solving for P. So P is over here. If we're going to solve for P, we're going to have to do some dividing through. So we look at our answer choices and we say, should this be flipped? Yes, absolutely. And that alone allows us to choose answer choice B. So I want you to see what just happened here. We got this big old nasty equation. It looked really unpleasant. We were asked to isolate a variable, but we did it through a process of elimination that used the answer choices as information. One of the most intelligent, strategic things we can do, particularly in challenging math questions on the SAT, is look to the information contained in the answer choices as well as in the question stem. All right, let's take a look at our next concept, and that is using systems of equations in a real world scenario. So on these, you're going to see a word problem, and we all love the word problems, don't we? The word problem will describe some sort of real world scenario in which we have two or more variables. And what we need to do then is write equations so that we can find a value that we couldn't get realistically unless we set up the system of equations. So to do this, the first thing we really need to make sure we do is choose variable names that make sense. Okay, so those names, like for example, we might have H for the number of hamburgers, or maybe it's the price of hamburgers. We need to be really clear about what those variables represent, and then we'll translate the information into two or more equations. So once we've done that, we'll use the same techniques that Arthur went over in our first hour today on the Prepathon, where we're going to solve the system using combination, that's sometimes also called elimination or substitution. So let's take a look at an example of that. So this question that you see here on screen, this is a very, very common way that the SAT will ask us about systems of equations. Notice here that we're told that we have a food truck and it's selling salads for $6.50 each and drinks for $2 each. And then we're told that the revenue for selling a total of 209 items was $836.50. So we want to know how many salads were sold that day. Now, as I said, this is a very common type of question because what it's asking us to do, like so many of these questions, is to write an equation for the number of items sold and another equation for how much money we made. So that's how I want you to approach these, right? Oftentimes we're going to be writing one equation for what we sold, another equation for how much money we made. Okay, so let's proceed with that and see what happens. We'll start by identifying some good variable names. So we might make S represent the number of salads sold and D mean the number of drinks sold. To write our equation for how many things were sold, we're just going to have S plus D. And then to write an equation for the revenue, we're going to need to multiply those two variables by how much each item cost. Okay, good. So the total number sold was 209, so we can write that first equation. Salad plus drink is 209. This is pretty straightforward. Then we go to the actual revenue. And if we wanted to know how much we made from selling 5 salads, well, we would take 5, the number of salads, S, and multiply by the cost of the salad, $6.50. So that's going to give us our revenue. All right, so the second equation then is going to give us 6.5 or $6.50 times S plus the $2 for drinks, and that gives us a total revenue of $836.50. So then we need to set this up for combination, and I want you guys to tell me in the chat, which variable do we need to get rid of? Yeah, so Ethan gives us a really nice point. Ayana, Danielle, Adam, thank you so much for chiming in the chat to help us out. Which variable do we need to get rid of in order to answer the question we're asked on screen here? Which one are we going to get rid of? So notice that the question is asking us how many salads were sold that day, which means we're going to be solving this equation for, S equals something. So if that's the case, we've got to get rid of the other one. We've got to get rid of the number of drinks. Okay, so we're going to set this up for combination in such a way that we can eliminate the D's. Now, to do that, we're going to take that first equation for the number of items sold, and we're just going to go through and multiply this by 2. Now, we're going to multiply it through by 2 because in our second equation, we have, yes, I see a lot of you are saying get rid of D, exactly. So we'll multiply 418, and now we can combine these two equations. We'll just stack them up, and then we'll subtract the second equation from the first. So 6.5 minus 2 will give us 4.5. The D's are going to cancel out, and 836.5 minus 418 gives us 418.5. Now we can divide through by 4.5, and we find out that S is equal to 93. Now the last thing we want to do, and this is something that we teach in all of our Kaplan classes, is to make sure that we've answered the right question. Especially in a question with systems of equations, it becomes really easy to accidentally solve for the wrong thing. But we were being strategic throughout this question. We eliminated the variable we didn't care about. We've solved for S, the number of salads. And so we go ahead and mark answer choice B. And I know this one, so really, really, really nice job, guys. Really nice job. You know what? In fact, that is such a great job that I too am going to bring out my favorite stars. But you know what? I'm not going to go for the good old gold star because I kind of like the purple. So I'm going to bring out a purple star, but kind of see through too, because we want to see the awesomeness behind. Really nice job. Next up, we're going to talk about quadratics. Now, quadratics are something that range from very basic to quite advanced. Okay, and here what we're going to be talking about are quadratics where we can't simplify it just by factoring or what's sometimes called reverse foiling. Okay, so there are lots of different methods that we can use when we can't factor a quadratic. We'll be asked to do something like completing the square. Sometimes also like a quadratic formula might need to come into play. And so our strategy then is to remember that completing the square is very doable, even if you haven't done it in a long time, or if you've never done it. It's a pretty straightforward process, and it makes some of these complex quadratics a whole lot easier. So I also want to make sure that everybody knows the quadratic shortcut. So this is just something to keep in the back of your mind. So this would be, for example, if you've got a plus b squared or a minus b squared, then we can factor it thusly, okay? So let's take a look at an example question here. Question number 30. So we have a figure, which is nice. It's always nice when we have a picture. And it is asking us for which equation in the answer choices is the equivalent form of the equation of the graph shown. And here is the equation that we're given, but these equations don't look anything like it. In fact, these are all factored, so we have to figure out how to do this, but I don't know about you guys. When I look at this equation, nothing readily comes to mind in terms of how to factor this using the easy methods like reverse FOIL. So let's then give this completing the square business a try. So to complete the square, what we're going to do is we're really going to focus in on the part of the equation that has the x's. So this part right here, the x squared minus 2x. We're going to isolate that, and then we're going to come up with a number that we can add that would create a perfect square using that shortcut that we saw on the previous slide. So if we've got x squared minus 2x, what whole number could we add that would make about so that we can add that value? And while you might be saying, wait, we're not just allowed to add values, I'm going to show you why this works. It's really pretty ingenious. So the number we're looking for here is positive 1. Okay, so if we add positive 1, notice we've added it over here on the left, and we add it inside those parentheses. And that's how it is that we haven't affected the overall equation, because, you know, the first rule of equations, do the same thing to both sides. If we do that, and we've got this little piece isolated in parentheses, we can factor that, and then the negative 15 just kind of stays out there to the side. Oh, but wait, before we can do anything, we want to get y by itself, because notice the answer choices, I'll have 1 and moving it over. Okay, so let's go ahead and simplify this then. We can simplify what's inside the parentheses by just turning that into x minus 1 squared. And then we're going to subtract the 1 from both sides. And then we look for an answer choice that matches. And I see that many of you are kind of torn between a couple of questions here, or answer choices. I see that many of you are choosing answer choice A. Some of you are choosing answer choice D. So we go ahead and evaluate this, and we find that, in fact, answer choice D works. Okay? Very nice job. Very nice job. Let's take a look at our next big topic, and that's going to be interpreting function notation. So interpreting functions really has to do with having one or more functions in equation. So these are the things where you see like f of x or g of x or h of x. And what we need to do here is apply the functions to solve equations. Now, the key thing here is not to panic. I know that function notations sometimes look a little scary, but what we need to know is that really they're just another fancy way of using a line equation or a curve equation. They're just an equation, but instead of having a y variable, they have an f of x. So we could think of a function as sort of being like a person who you give a slip of paper to with a number on it, and that person gives you back another number. And how did they get there? By this magical formula that we could say, well, if we give Frank here the number 5, he'll take it and multiply it by 2 and add 3, and he'll give us back 13. Okay, so the function becomes this sort of translation box that tells us what to do with a number and what to give you back. So if we think of it that way, we can take a question like this one on screen and make it a little bit more tangible, a little more manageable. Okay, so a few things that I want you to notice about this question. First of all, it's asking us for what value of x would this be undefined. And so one of the key barriers to getting a question like this right is just understanding, what are they asking of me? What does it mean if a function is undefined? So under what circumstances would I give Frank my slip of paper and he would say, I'm out. I can't do this. I have no idea what you're talking about. When we think about functions being undefined, typically what we're looking for is an instance where our calculator is going to give us a bunch of errors. And one of the first places to look when we see that in a question stem is whether we have a fraction, and if we do, if we can make the denominator equal to 0. Good. So I saw Papu chimed in with that. Exactly. If we make the denominator equal to 0, then our calculator is going to be very unhappy with us because you're not allowed to divide through by 0. So that's kind of the trajectory we're taking here. We're ultimately looking for some value of x that will make the denominator equal to 0. But to make this even easier so that we don't have to FOIL out x minus 5 squared, and we don't have to, do a whole bunch of, oh my gosh, that does not sound like a good way to spend my time. We're going to do a couple of little really strategic tricks, such as we're going to call this function Holly. Good. Dara, Katie, Rahim, Ben, Shravan. Good. I'm so glad you guys are here with me. Excellent. Yeah, so we'll call this function Holly, and we're going to give Holly this number, and she'll do some stuff and give us something back. So we want to know when, if we gave her a number, she would not be able to answer. So what we're going to do here, and this is a really, really nice trick that you can use anytime you have an algebra expression that's really complex. I want you to notice that inside the parentheses here, we have x minus 5 twice. So we're just gonna, say, I don't really want to deal with you right now, x minus 5. So I'm just gonna call you m. And I'm just gonna rewrite this with m just for a little while. Simplify my life and understand what's happening here. Now look what we've got. This is so much easier. We have m squared plus handle, right? You guys can factor this. You can reverse FOIL it. This is another one of those classic quadratics. We can use our little shortcut. So to factor that, we just come in and say, okay, well, m plus 2 squared is equal to 0. Nice. So when we solve that, when we find the answer, the root or the 0, we can square root both sides. We can subtract 2 from both sides. And we find out that m is equal to negative 2. No, that's not our answer. Because remember, we did that whole waving our hands at m thing. So we're going to take that negative 2 and we're going to plug it back in our parentheses. All right. Except not exactly, because what we're going to be doing is we're going to plug negative 2n for m into the equation that we wrote over here. So we're just plugging it back in, and now we're going to see under what circumstances would x be equal to 0. Okay, so we're going to add 5 to both sides, and we get 3. Okay, so when we add 5 to both sides, we're going to get x is equal to 3. And I know that says negative 3, but it should be 3. Okay? So in fact, let me just cover that up. Okay? So I want you to notice what we did here. We really saved ourselves some hassle. We saved ourselves some time by doing this little algebraic sleight of hand. It's almost like a magic trick. We've come in here and we've said, I'm just going to pretend like m minus 5 is something else. It's like having multiple personalities. X minus 5 is one side of the personality, but m is the other. And then once we simplify the algebra, then and only then do we substitute back in the original value so that we can solve the question. This works on a whole range of algebra questions, by the way. And so I encourage you, especially if you're dealing with imaginary numbers, with difficult quadratics or polynomials, and you're just trying to simplify, this can be a great path. All right, everybody, you're doing a great job. Keep up the enthusiasm. I love all the participation in the chat and in the polls. I really appreciate it. Let's take a look at our next topic. Analyzing exponential functions. Okay, so exponential functions are going to be functions where we have some kind of exponent. So for example, we might see f of x is equal to 2 to the x power. When you see these, you'll often be asked to use logic and interpretation, not necessarily to do a lot of calculation. So these are often just about understanding what that exponent represents or how to deal with it. And it's often a little less intensive on the math side than you might expect just by looking at it. So the key strategy here is to understand what each piece of the function does. And if you're not really sure, try testing it out with some small numbers just so that you can understand the purpose, because then you're ready to move forward with that part where you're interpreting versus calculating. Okay, so let's take a look. We're going to look at two questions about exponential functions. They're paired. So you'll see this on the SAT. You might see a couple or even more questions that are on the same theme, and so they sort of build on each other. It's called a multi-part problem. So in this question, we're told that Jessica opens a bank account that earned 2% interest that's compounded annually. So that means that at the end of the year, the interest gets added in, and then it starts adding or accruing more interest. So her initial deposit was $100, and we have this expression to find the value of the account after a certain number of years. And the question asks us, what's the value of x in the expression? Now, what purpose x is serving? And to do that, I would really encourage you to just kind of think through what it is that we have to do in this question. It's telling us that there are three pieces. We've got $100, we've got an x, and we've got a t. Okay? And we also know from the problem that there are three values. We've got an interest level of 2%. We have an initial investment of 100, and then we have t years. So many of you are noticing in the chat that that means that the x must be related to the percent increase. Okay, really nice, really nice. I love this. You guys are like way ahead. Okay, so then we want to think through what would we multiply 100 by over a period of time in order to get that increase. So to increase something by 2%, this is going to be the hardest part of this problem, we multiply by 1.02, and I see lots of you have written that into the chat. The way we get that, for those of you that don't know how we got there, if we're increasing by 2%, we're saying that we want to keep the original 100%, or in this case $100, and we want to add on top of it 2% more. Yeah, so Praneet said the reason it's 1.02 and not 0.02 is because you have to include the original amount. So that 1 just says keep the original and then add to it 2% more. Very nice, Praneet. Thank you. So we add that in, and our answer for this one is 1.02. So you guys did a really nice job on this. Let's take it to the next level. Now we've got her friend Tyshawn, and Tyshawn found an account that earns a little more, 2.5% interest compounded annually. So he's also going to invest $100 at the same time as Jessica. And we want to know, after 10 years, how much more money will Tyshawn have than Jessica? And in fact, I want us to be really clear. We want to know how much more will he have earned than Jessica. So a trap answer here might be to say how much more money he has, but we want to think about what's the difference between them, although they invested the same amount. So that'll be a moot point. Okay, so let's think about this strategically. We know how much Jessica, or we know the formula rather for Jessica. So we've got her interest rate of 1.02. We found that in the previous question. Tyshawn, notice he gets a little bit more. And so we're just going to change that percent increase to include that extra 0.5%. So this is the same process that we did on the previous question. Now we need to actually, so Jessica invests $100. We know the percent increase is that 1.02. And now we're told that we're going to do this for 10 years, for a decade. So we put 10 in there as the t, as the time. So we get 100 times 1.02 times 10, or to the 10th power. So this is a time where I definitely recommend pulling out that calculator. We can jot that into our calculator, see what it gives us back, and we find out that Jessica, after 10 years, has earned $121.89.9. So that's not too bad. But let's find out what happened to Tyshawn. Tyshawn, we have the same equation, except we just have that slightly higher interest rate. And again, type this into your calculator, 100 times 1.025 to the 10th power. We find out that Tyshawn earns $128.08. Now, I do want you to notice that the question asks us to round to the nearest cent. But I encourage you here to keep an extra decimal place until we do the final calculation, because otherwise here you might be off by a penny, okay? So just want to be really careful. We'll go ahead and subtract those two, and we get 6.109. And now we round. I see lots of you got this question right. When we round, we'll round to $6.11. Tyshawn earns an extra $6 and a dollar. After 10 years, was that extra time to find the slightly better account worth it? Maybe, I don't know. But this is how we use these exponential functions to get to the bottom of understanding these complex problems. Good. So I see lots of you chiming in the chat about how you went about this question. Really good job, guys. You know what? In fact, because these are so hard, and I know that it can feel a little bit, I don't know, like a little crushing to deal with these super hard math problems, I'm going to teal star, get slightly ghosty, just to keep our spirits up and say, go team. And as a reminder on test day, these hard questions, they're not all going to be right next to each other. They're kind of mixed up. So, and also I just want to pause here for a moment and just have a little heart-to-heart. Throughout our Prepathon today, we've talked about the importance of being strategic in choosing when to answer different questions. So in the last couple of hours, as you've heard from Greg and from Stephanie, and even before that, Arthur, we've all told you that if you get to a question that you're not sure how to answer in a relatively efficient manner, you should skip it and come back. And maybe you want to choose the letter of the day and bubble it in and then come back to it. But these hard questions, I really don't want you to get bogged down with them, because they're not going to be the bulk of your questions. They're only going to be a few of these really hard ones on test day. The easy and medium difficulty questions are the bulk of your score. And so when you're studying, those are the ones that should get your attention first. What we're trying to do in this 1 hour session on the Prepathon is help you see that we often don't have to do really complex math just because we're given a really complex problem. There's often a strategic thinking approach to it that means we're not doing as much arithmetic and we're really just doing more with the noggin, doing a little bit more thinking. So don't let yourself get discouraged. There are fewer of these questions, they're spread out, and you can just guess on them. That's okay. You don't want to leave them blank. You do want to bubble something. And if you can do that by eliminating a couple of answer choices, that's just going to boost your ability to guess correctly. So please don't get too discouraged. Keep your chin up. It's going to be okay. Yeah, and I saw Caroline said that teal is one of your favorite colors. It is mine too. Purple and teal. I love them. So I'm glad that that's invigorating you. It is me too. All right, so let's take a look at our next topic, which is analyzing polynomials. Got lots of variables, maybe raised to powers higher than 1 or even 2. It's not a quadratic. We might have, we could have a quadratic, but we might also have a cubic term or something to the 4th or 5th or 6th. Occasionally, you'll be asked to do a little bit of polynomial long division. And so we're going to go over that again, because I know for some of you, you've either not covered it in high school yet, or you've tried to banish that awful memory from your brain forever, and I get that. So we'll review that a little bit, but we also just want to think about logic-based questions that require little calculation, but again, those logic to get to the answer. So let's look at our first question. It says, for this polynomial p of x, the value of p of 3 is -2. Which of the following must be true about this function? Notice that this one doesn't really require any calculation. It's asking us to think strategically in a way that might make our brain feel a little tired. Like, I want to take a nap. And I get that. I get that. So what we'll do to approach this question is just start by brainstorming. What could be some possible functions that when we plug in 3 give us back -2? Okay, so I want you to think about, like, what could be some potential functions. Start there. So maybe it's p of x is equal to x minus 5, and we plug in 3 and we get -2. Maybe we've got a q of x, 1 minus x. Plug in 3, get -2. And you can see we can just brainstorm a few of these, and then we'll take those brainstormed functions and try out the answer choices. Okay? So if we've got these 3 possibilities, we come to answer choice A. Is it always the case that we can divide through the function by x minus 5 and get no remainder? I want you to think about that. It's certainly true for this first one, but if our function is just -2, -2 divided by x minus 5 is not going to give us the correct answer. Okay, so answer choice A, we can go ahead and eliminate it. And I know many of you went to A first, so I wanted to dwell on that a little bit. Now let's repeat that process with the remainder of our answer choices. Is it always the case that our polynomial is divisible by x minus 2? It's not. So we'll eliminate B. What about C? Is it always the case that all of these polynomials in the purple box are divisible by x plus 2? No, they're not. So we can eliminate C, and that leaves us with answer choice D as the answer. Now, if we wanted to spend an awful lot of time sort of, gazing at our navel and looking at the stars and, trying to define why D must be true, we could do that. But on test day, ain't nobody got time for that. We just eliminated 3 answers that we know for sure are not correct. So D must be correct. And on test day, I really don't want you to spend a lot of time saying, oh my gosh, well, I have to prove to myself that D is right because, oh, I might get it wrong. No, just let it go. We know that A, B, and C are wrong, so we're going to pick D. And we're going to move on. Okay. So that was one of those polynomial questions that asks us just to think through it, to understand, to think strategically. Now let's do a couple of those polynomial division ones that I know are not our favorite, but that we may occasionally, and I wanna really stress here that this is not super common, but it does happen, and I want you to be prepared. So notice here that this question asks us to find the remainder when equation 1 is divided by equation 2. So let's just go ahead and get this puppy started. We set up our little long division bracket, and if you're having flashbacks to, grade school, middle school, algebra 2, my apologies. In order to do long division, whether it's with numbers or polynomials, we always start with the first term. And we say, how many times will x go into x cubed? Well, the answer to that is x squared times, because x squared times x gives us x cubed. So we'll go ahead and write that up above, and then we've got to multiply that by both of the terms out on the left. If it seems like that I'm going through this in a really slow and methodical fashion, it's because I know that some of you haven't done this before, and I want to make sure you with numbers, but we've got variables, and that makes it scary for some people, including me. These things haunt me. So x squared times x gives us x cubed. X squared times 4 gives us 4x squared. So we'll go ahead and bring those numbers, subtract it. So we subtract that whole thing. Now the x cubes are gone, and we've got 0x squared minus 4x squared. So that's going to give us minus 4x squared. Now, we repeat the same process, but now we're looking to see how many times does x go into negative 4x squared. And our answer is negative 4x. So we go ahead and write that up above. We multiply negative 4x times x squared gives us negative 4x squared. And notice that we dropped down that 3x just like we would in long division with numbers. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and multiply that negative 4x times the positive 4 to get our second term. And negative 4x times positive 4 gives us negative 16x. Once again, we're going to subtract out that second one. The x squareds cancel, and 3x minus negative 16x gives us 3x plus 16x, or 19x. Okay? Once again, we'll drop down that 7, and now our final bit is to figure out how many times x goes into 19x. Well, that would be 19. So we'll write positive 19 up above, and we'll multiply through. 19 times x gives us 19x. 19 times 4 is going to give us 76. We'll subtract that out, and we get negative 69. Now, let's check in. What was it that our question was asking us for? We go back and we see, oh yeah, it wanted the remainder. And have we found the remainder? Well, yes, we have. We sure have. So our answer then is negative 69. Okay, let's all take a deep breath. We can do this. We can do this. It looks scary, but we're just going to take it step by step as we would if we were doing long division with a whole number. Okay? Really nice job, guys. To keep our spirits up, I'm going to go for, let's see. Let's have a gray star. It'll be sort of like, like silver. We're silver. We're not quite like at gold, but we've got the silver medal. We're coming in second in the Olympics. We're getting really good. We got to keep pushing to the end. We're going to try one more of these. And I really encourage you guys to try to get through this one with as little help from me as you can, just to test yourself and see if you've got this concept down. So this one tells us that we've got 16a squared plus 3, and we're dividing it by 4a plus 2. And once again, as with the last question, we want to know what's our remainder. Okay, so we're going to set this up in the same way we did before. We'll write our little long division bracket. And as we did before, we always look at those outside terms, the first terms, 4a and 16a squared. How many times will 4a go into 16a squared? Well, that would be 4a, because 4a times 4a gives us 16a squared. So we'll write that above. We'll multiply that, and we know it's 16a squared. And then 4a times 2 is going to give us plus 8a. Next step, we need to subtract and bring down. So we'll subtract that we just found, And we see that 0a minus 8a gives us negative 8a. Next up, we need to do our next set of division. We'll also bring down that plus 3. So 4a goes into negative 8a how many times? You guys have got this. 4 goes into negative 8, negative 2. So we'll write, we multiply through, so negative 2 times 4 gives us negative 8a, and negative 2 times positive 2 gives us negative 4. Remember, we've got to subtract that out. This is probably the place where we're likely to make a mistake, because we've got minus a negative. So the negative 3 minus a negative 4, or 3 plus 4, which gives us 7. And let's just check in. Did we answer the question that we were asked? Why, yes, we did. We found the remainder, and we'll choose answer choice D. And I see lots of you really, really nailed this question. So excellent, excellent work, you guys. Really good job. All right, so let's take a moment and just kind of reflect on what we've covered today. And I'm going to actually flip us back to the list. So today we looked at real-world formulas in order to identify a variable of interest. We looked at systems of equations that apply to word problems. We looked at quadratic expressions, especially those where we cannot reverse FOIL. We looked at functions just to make sure we understand how to work with them. And we saw a little algebra trick that allowed us to save ourselves some difficult math, some difficult algebra. We looked at exponential functions, particularly in context of a word problem. And finally, we looked at polynomials, including polynomial long division, concepts that are tested in the SAT math section. And we managed to get through them. Now, I know that it wasn't always pretty, it wasn't always easy, and we didn't always feel ourselves being filled with pride. But what we saw is that in each case, the problem was doable. And it was doable with a whole lot of really endless calculation. So as you're reflecting, I really want you to think about what areas of math you're having trouble with. Okay, I want you to think about what steps you can take to address those areas. And what I don't want you to do is go to the College Board website and download all 7 practice tests and just take them all back to back. Because if you do that, what you're doing is you're learning how to do things over and over again the way you're doing them now. But I hope what you saw in our session today is that sometimes we can find a better way. We can find a more strategic approach. So rather than just taking practice test after practice test, look to find the strategic path, to find the shortcut that allows you to get rid of a lot of the algebra. And then I really want you to reflect on which areas of SAT math you now feel more. It's just, letting go that, polynomial long division and we are not meant to be together. So I've just got to set you free. And that's okay, because it shows up only occasionally. And finally, I really want you to think about how you can build on the strengths that we have established a baseline for here today. So thank you guys so much for your attention, for your enthusiasm, for your excitement, for your participation, and for your willingness to stick with these tough problems. Because you've done so well, I'm going to bring out the big gold star, because you deserve it and you've worked really hard for it. And I just want to let you know that coming up in the next hour, Boris will be here. He will be talking about reading. So I know some of you have really been hankering for some reading comprehension. Boris is going to help you with that. He's going to start with literature, and then Boris is going to do a second hour with you with science passages. And I really encourage you to go to captest.com. It has lots of great information about your different prep options. We have events all the time, just like this one. And so you can find out all of that information there. And I want to say, just thanks again for coming. I really, really appreciate it. And to Grace and Meg and Fahim and Jacqueline and everybody else who's chimed in the chat, really, I appreciate it. So we're going to take a little break here. I encourage you to get up and go get a drink, go to the bathroom, pet your dog, cat, guinea pig, snake, I don't know, a brother, sister, and come back at the top of the hour to do some reading prep with the talented and fabulous Boris. Thank you guys so much.
Happy Sunday afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to SAT Prepathon here at Kapland. If you are joining us from a previous session, thank you so much for sticking around to see me. I would have been very sad if you had left before I got here. And if you're just joining us, which I'm seeing about 40% of you are, welcome. Thank you so much for coming today. In this hour, we're going to do some practice with the reading comp portion of the SAT. And in the hour that comes afterwards, my friend and fellow SAT amazing teacher Heather is going to come on and do some more practice with you on the SAT writing section. So our last couple of hours here are going to be devoted to verbal, which, if you needed a bit of a palate cleanser after that mind-blowing insanity of math that we just had, then you're in the right place. Now, as always, and if you've been here before, you already know this. If you're just joining us, please note, I'm not the only teacher here. There's a ton of people here who are making this all work. So first of all, my fellow teachers Heather, Stephanie, Rob, Katie, and Crystal are working behind the scenes to answer your questions in the Q&A and just make sure that you have an all-around rollicking good time. Please note that Crystal will be moderating the chat, meaning that if you type something into the chat, Crystal will see it first and then she'll approve it. So there might be a delay between when you type things and when you see them. Also, if you say, inappropriate stuff, like, maybe puppies are gross, or something that Crystal doesn't want in there, then it's never going to come through. So please know that we do read everything that you see, but we might not necessarily pass through everything that you type. And finally, I want to give a shout out to Greg, who is always behind the scenes, making all the stuff happen technologically. It's quite a challenge to make these streaming sessions work, so thank you, Greg, for your amazing work at all times. Now let's go ahead and get into it here. We're going to do some practice with a literature passage in this first half hour. I've got an hour with you, and it's going to be split into 2 half-hour blocks. In the first half hour, we're going to practice a literature passage. In the next half hour, we're going to practice a science passage. Now, if you were here earlier at 1 p.m. Eastern with different Greg, another person named Greg, he's an amazing SAT instructor, he taught you the Kaplan strategy for reading comprehension. So he discussed all these things like, not getting bogged down in the details, making annotations, keeping your eye on the big picture of the passage, and all of that. So you've got the general strategy down. We're certainly going to review that in this session, but we also want to identify what's different about literature passages and how we can take advantage of that to make a really good strategy and get through the literature passage in high style. So let's take a look at what makes literature passages different. On the SAT, you're going to see exactly 1 passage out of the 5 that is a literature passage. And so that means that it will be an excerpt from a novel or a short story almost all the time. And you will see characters, you'll see dialogue, you'll see a story. Now tell us in the chat real quick, how do you feel about these literature passages? We know you've probably been studying for the SAT up till now. You've probably seen these if you've ever taken a practice test or done any reading comprehension practice. So we're just curious here, what do you feel about them? Where do they rank in your world of the passages that you see on the SAT? For a lot of folks, these passages are challenging because unlike the other passages, there is no well-defined structure. They're a little bit harder to annotate. So that mapping strategy that Greg showed you earlier, if you were here at 1 p.m. Eastern for our first reading comp session, is a little bit harder to do for these passages because there's not necessarily going to be like a main idea and then supporting evidence and then opposing point of view number 1, opposing point of view number 2. It's not going to be all that clear. So here's the strategy that we've identified to help you get through these passages without spending too much time and understanding what you need to understand the first time through so that you can get to those questions and actually, start picking up some points. The idea is that we want to focus on the characters, the feelings, and the relationships that you see in the passage. So there's always going to be a narrator. So that's always going to be your first character to think about. You want to ask, is this a first-person narrator or one of the characters? Or is it a third-person narrator, someone who's omniscient? And is the omniscient person just like a totally neutral character, or is it someone who seems to have opinions about things? So you're going to start with the narrator, but you're certainly not going to end there. You also want to think about other characters in the story and what they are. You want to think about the feelings that the characters have about what's happening and about each other. And finally, you want to think about the relationships that the different characters have with each other. So I'm going to type this in. We're going to emphasize characters, feelings, relationships. Now, something that you don't want to spend very much time on when you read these passages is setting. That was always my least favorite thing in high school required reading is, you'd read some book and there'd be like, 2 pages spent describing the outside of a barn. And I'm like, okay, I know there's symbolism here, but can we like pick up the pace? I got some other homework to do here. So luckily on the SAT, you don't need to worry about setting. So long descriptions of like, what a place looks like and how the moonlight glitters off of the dew in the grass, which shines like diamonds, like all that stuff makes no difference. Really focus your attention on these 3 things on the left. Who are the people? What do they feel? And how do they relate to each other? This is obviously totally different from what you're going to be doing in every other passage on the SAT. So knowing this strategy specifically for literature passages can help you get a really big competitive edge versus your competitors who are going to treat all the passages the same way. Now, in the chat, you're going to see a link for a PDF of the passage that we're going to practice together. And you can that way see the passage at all times. I'm not going to be able to show you the entire passage on the screen, and nor am I going to be able to show you the entire passage on the screen when we're doing the questions that follow the passage. So downloading that PDF is going to be really handy for you so that you can actually read the whole passage or look back to the passage when we're answering the questions. So you can take a moment to pop that open in your browser, or of course, download it to your computer and look at it as needed. But here we go. It's test day. We open up our test day booklet and we see the following passage is adapted from Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne. So when we see this, even if you've never heard of this, it really does sound like a novel written by an author. So you know right off the bat this is going to be the fiction passage for the section. So immediately alarm bells go off in your brain. You're thinking, okay, I don't care about the typical structural type stuff that I would normally care about in a passage. Instead, I'm looking for characters, feelings, and relationships, and I don't care about the setting and like really intricate story elements. What really matters for the SAT is understanding the characters. So we start to read, and of course there's a character right off the bat. Phileas Fogg, having shut the door of his house at 11:30 and having put his right foot before his left 575 times and his left foot before his right 576 times, reached the Reform Club. He repaired at once to the dining room and took his place at the habitual table, the cover of which had already been laid for him. Now let's pause here. These details about the character are pretty mundane and what he's doing. So he went to the club, he sat down at the table. That's not very interesting. What you want to pay attention to as a strategic reader is, what does this tell you about the kind of guy that Phileas is? So tell me please in the chat, what do you learn about this man from the fact that he counted his steps, came to the club, and sat down at the same table he always sits at? This tells you that Phileas is a creature of habit. So I'm going to go ahead and abbreviate his name as Phil. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing Phileas correctly, so on test day I'm not going to bother with any of that stress. We're just going to call him Phil Fogg, which is a pretty cool like Marvel superhero kind of name. And we're going to make a quick note about this dude. He is very habitual. Now, you don't have to write the same things I write. So there's no one true way to annotate a passage, but what you should do is make some attempt to annotate the sort of information that's really central to who these characters are. And from the fact that the table is already laid out for him, we get the sense that this guy comes here all the time, which means that he is a creature of habit. Okay, now we keep on going. So I'm going to paraphrase through some of this. But of course on the SAT, if it's you on test day, you're going to read this all very carefully. Never skip, never skim on test day. I'm just going to, skip through some of the things just to make sure that we can get through it and you don't have to listen to me read all 85 lines. So then a flunky hands him a copy of the Times, he cuts it, he reads the paper, reads some other paper, and then later on a bunch of his friends join him. So picking up in line 19, we get they were Mr. Fogg's usual partners at whist. Andrew Stewart, John Sullivan, Samuel Fallentin, Thomas, Gauthier, Ralph. Okay, this is too many characters to all write down. Even though we're supposed to care about characters' feelings and relationships, there's like a just bevy of characters here, and we don't know that all of them are going to be important. So all I want to do here at the end of this passage is make a note that this man, Phil Fogg, before being bitten by a radioactive walrus and getting magic walrus powers in the latest Marvel superheroes movie, he's got some friends who just joined him for a game of whist. So we'll make a note of that in case there's ever questions about him. I know where to find their names. And by the way, I love some of the answers you guys are giving me in the chat here. So Adam correctly noted, Phil often goes to the club. Pranit noted that this person is very meticulous about his planning. So great. These are all things that you could write down. If you wanted to make a note like meticulous or lots of planning about Phil, that would be great too. Okay, so now we know that Phil's here. We know that he's a habitual dude. He's got his friends, and there's some dialogue. Dialogue is tricky because a lot of people, when they see dialogue, end up writing too much and wasting time taking unnecessary notes, or they write too little and they just let all the dialogue wash past them without grasping the big picture. So when you see dialogue, don't feel obligated to comment on all of it, but do take a moment to think about the general point of the conversation. Here it says, "Well, Ralph," said Thomas Flanagan, "what about that robbery, ho?" And then Stewart says, "Oh, the bank will lose the money." Okay, so apparently there was a robbery, some money was lost. I don't really care about these details. That's one of the weird things about these passages. Story details don't matter unless they give you insight into characters' feelings and relationships. So I'm going to keep reading and see if there's a point to this discussion of the bank robbery. "On the contrary, I hope we may put our hands on the robber. Skillful detectives have been sent to all the principal ports of America and the continent, and he'll be a clever fellow if he slips through their fingers." Okay, so now we see the point of this dialogue. There is a disagreement. Tell me please in the chat, what do Phil's friends disagree about? Well, Ralph says that on the contrary, he thinks that they might catch the robber, which means that one of the other guys thinks that the robber won't get caught. So we're going to make a quick annotation here that these two friends disagree about whether the robber will get caught. I'm just going to write the word caught to help myself remember the key idea that they disagree about. Again, if you want to write something differently or express the idea in a different way, that's totally fine. So then there's a little bit more conversation. Do you have the robber's description? And Ralph says he's not even a robber. And then Phil says that the robber was actually a gentleman. So apparently a gentleman made off with 55,000 pounds. Now that gentleman is not a character in this story, so we don't care about him. And just about all this dialogue here, which of course you can kind of read through as I'm talking, is not that significant. You don't need to make notes about it because we already know the point of it. The point is that these characters disagree about whether the robber will be caught. Okay, now take a quick glance at the next paragraph and tell me please in the chat, what is the purpose of this paragraph that begins around line 43? Got to give some shout outs to several folks. Bryn, Aiden, Elizabeth, Michael, Drew, guys, and many others also noticed that, this robber might get caught, might not, and Phil's friends disagree about it. If you catch that, then you've gotten the most important point so far. So what is the point of this next paragraph? Well, as you start to read, you realize very quickly that this is describing the bank robbery. And on the SAT, a lot of people taking the test are going to pay a lot of attention to this paragraph and really try to absorb all these details. As a strategic test taker who came to the Prepathon at the right place at the right time, you're going to know that this is actually an extremely unimportant paragraph. Because all it's really doing is giving you details about the setting. It's telling you what happened in some other place in some other time, other than where the actual characters are located. So if there's ever a question for some reason about the details of the robbery, then you're going to go ahead and go back to this paragraph. So you might want to make a note like details in the margins, but don't try to memorize everything in this paragraph. Certainly don't waste a bunch of time and mental brain power trying to process it. Just get through it, be like, all right, and then wait and see where the author picks up, giving you more information about characters' feelings and relationships. So notice, folks, that strategy has helped us out a lot. This paragraph began at line 43 and it ends in line 67. So that is a total of 24 lines of text that we're paying very little attention to, saving time and energy, compared to our competition, who thinks that this paragraph is just as important as all the others. So how do you know it's not important? Because it ain't got nothing about characters, feelings, and relationships. Now, the next paragraph is fantastic because it actually gives us a whole lot more information about the robbery, which is more information that we don't care about. So take a moment to glance through this paragraph and let me know, especially if you see at the end, something that's actually relevant to the characters of this passage. Not until the end of this paragraph do we learn anything about the actual characters of the passage, which is present in the word agitated. So we learn that these friends of Phil's are nervous because they are associated with the bank. So that's the only important thing. So what was that, like from line 43 to 81? So that's like almost 40 entire lines. Only one thing is strategically important to someone taking the SAT. So if you know that, then you can save yourself a bunch of time and energy compared to people who don't. A lot of people on the SAT, and maybe even you right now, are really nervous about their reading speed. What I hope that Greg and I can show you today is that reading speed is really not the driver of success on SAT reading comp. If you read fast, that's great, but if you don't understand the passages, if you don't know what you're supposed to pay attention to and what you're not supposed to pay attention to, if you spend tons of time going back and forth between two answer choices because you just didn't understand the passage all that well, then a little bit of extra savings in reading speed isn't going to help you. And conversely, if you're a bit of a slower reader, that's fine because you're still going to catch up to all the faster readers whose strategy isn't as good as yours. That's a great reminder here from Florence. Don't stress the set. Exactly. All these 40 lines were just a set piece, so we didn't stress them. We're moving on to the next one. Okay, so in the next paragraph, take a moment to read it, please, and tell me in the chat, what do we learn about Ralph and Stuart? Well, earlier we made a note that these friends of Phil's disagree about whether the robber will be caught. And in this paragraph, we learn that they still disagree. So they've had some discussion about it, they've reviewed the details of the robbery, and they still disagree as to whether the robber will get caught. Ralph thinks, yep. Stuart thinks, no. And that's it. Don't need to worry about any more details than that. So let's take a look at these last few lines of dialogue. "I maintain," said Stuart, "that the chances are in favor of the thief, who must be a shrewd fellow." "Well, but where can he fly to?" asked Ralph. "No country's safe for him." "Pshaw! Where could he go then?" "Oh, I don't know that. The world is big enough." And then Phil Fogg steps in and says, "It was once," in a low tone. Okay, that's where the passage ends. Now tell me please in the chat, that's kind of a weird place to end the passage. What do you think is probably going to come next? One guy says the world is big enough. The other guy, in a low tone, says it was once. Well, this is awfully dramatic. So it seems like Phil does not think that the world is very big. Maybe he thinks that the world used to be big, but now it's become smaller. So that's an interesting tidbit to end the passage on. Apparently our main character, Phil, thinks that the world is small, or at least smaller than it used to be. How could that be important? I have no idea, but it's information about a character, so I'll make note of it, and I'm moving on to the questions. You'll notice as we reviewed this passage that I didn't really dredge into the details with you. I didn't spend all that much time going over the minute bits of information. When I was prepping for the SAT, that's what I did with most of my reading comp prep, and I did not use my time well. I did not prep strategically, and it made it take longer for me to get my target score. Because I would approach these passages like I was preparing for an exam on the passage in 3 weeks. And that's not the case on the SAT. You just got to be able to answer some questions for the next 5 minutes, and the passage is in front of you. It's an open book test. So don't worry about dredging up every single little detail in the passage. Just make sure you get the broad direction of the passage, which for a literary passage means focusing on characters, feelings, relationships, and not paying attention to all the rest of the stuff. So let's go ahead and take a look at some questions. The first one says, the passage suggests that Phil Fogg is a man who. Tell me please in the chat, what did we say about Mr. Fogg in the very first paragraph? we had one piece of character information about this guy. He is habitual. He always goes to the same club at the same time. They've got the table ready for him. He counts his steps. He always plays whist with the same friends. This guy follows his habits, no exception. So when we're looking at the answer choices, our prediction is a guy who, lives up to his habits at all times. Let's take a look at the answer choices here, and I've also posted a key bit of the passage that you can review. Go ahead, please, and vote in the poll down below for the answer choice that gives us a match for someone who just unflinchingly follows his habits. DPKRCY gives us a great paraphrase for the prediction here. Habit dude. Maybe that's his superpower. Phil Fogg, the habit dude. Nothing can make him stop his habits. Nothing. Okay, so we have lots of habitual in the chat, and the answer choice that matches is choice C for champions. He enjoys routine. Saying he enjoys routine is another way of saying he follows his habits, so wow. We're going to slam bang choice C, move on confidently with the test. Now the next question is the big bogeyman of the SAT for a lot of folks. It's the dreaded command of evidence question. Let me tell you a strategy for this question that's really effective. Do not look at the answer choices. Do not even glance at them. They will poison your thinking. Instead, go back to the passage and pretend that you and an imaginary friend are studying for the test together, and your imaginary friend just plumb doesn't understand why C was the answer to the previous question. And your job is to help explain to your friend why C really was the answer. So you'd look at the passage and ask yourself, well, what are some lines I could point to here that would convince someone for surezies that, yeah, it was C. So when we look here, as you guys noted, he was a man of habits, and that definitely came from the first paragraph. So the correct answer has to come from somewhere in the first paragraph that describes what a habitual man Phileas Fogg was. So when we look at the answer choices for this one, we can eliminate choices C and D because they don't come from the first paragraph. Lines 14 and beyond are beyond that paragraph where Phil's habits were discussed. So you might have to choose between lines 5 and 8 and lines 8 to 11, and I invite you to make that choice now by voting in the poll. So now let's see. In lines 8, a flunky brings him the newspaper, and he shows that he has a lot of familiarity with cutting it. I don't know, by the way, what it means to cut a newspaper. It must be some olden times thing. Doesn't matter, who cares? Apparently he's a master of cutting the paper. And that doesn't tell us that he's habitual. Just because you're good at something doesn't mean that you follow routine. I'm pretty good at playing strategy board games, but I'm not a very habitual person at all. You can get good at something through practice without being a creature of habit. So lines 8 to 11 don't really show the habitual side of Mr. Fogg, but 5 to 8 definitely do. Because if the table was prepared for him before he even got there, that implies that he gets there every day, which implies that he follows a routine. So exactly, Christian, we're going to grab choice A for awesome and move on with the SAT. Now, if you do not find the lines that you picked in the answer choices, if you pretend to your imaginary friend like, hey, look at line 13, that proves it, and you don't see that line in the answer choices, skip the problem. Man, oh man, is it a huge suck of time to check all the line references and see if they prove the answer that you picked for the previous question. You could spend forever doing that. It's just not worth your time. All these questions have the same value. So one that takes 2 minutes to do is not as good to do as 3 questions that you can get done in 30 seconds each. So if you don't hit your jackpot on these command of evidence questions, skip them and save some time. If you do hit your jackpot, congrats on getting a question right that a lot of your competition is going to be sweating. All right, folks, nice work here. Let's take a look at the next question. What's the purpose of line 95? Okay, line 95, that was that weird line at the end of the passage where it says that Phileas Fogg said in a low tone, the world was big enough once. Okay, so you guys told me when I asked about this that this probably means that now, we're going to get some more discussion about the world. One person who I believe knew the story says that, now Phileas Fogg is going to tell us about how he can travel the world in 80 days, hence the title of the book. So basically, when we look at this and we're told that, he thinks that the world used to be small, it probably means that he's going to expound upon this a little bit more. This would have been a very weird place to end the passage and just have it suddenly go off in a different direction, rather than continuing to expand on this idea. So we're looking for an answer choice that says something along those lines, that the purpose of these lines is to say that, Phil has this opinion of the world, and he's probably going to talk about it some more. So take a look at the answer choices, please, and vote in the poll down below for the answer choice that captures our understanding of Phil and that line. I've been waiting a long time, and at long last, we can circle choice B for Boris. Foreshadowing his ideas about the world makes sense, because we can deduce he must think the world is not as big as it used to be, and that he's probably going to explain why he thinks this. So B is perfect here. We can circle this choice and move on. All right, guys, we got a couple minutes left, and we'll move on to our last question while we do our last 2 minutes. What's the main purpose of the passage? Well, you tell me. What was the main reason that Mr. Verne wrote this particular excerpt of the passage? Well, a lot of the passage was scene setting that we pretty much ignored. So the purpose has to do with the juicy bits that we paid attention to. What were the parts that we paid attention to? Well, we paid attention to the character description of Phil, and we paid attention to the disagreement between his friends. So it seems like the main purpose of this passage was just to, introduce us to Phil and friends. That's it. There was nothing grander than that. Nothing actually happened. So let's take a look at the answer choices, please. And one last time, guys, vote in the poll for the choice that you would pick on test day. Notice how quickly we can get these answers if we read the passage with the right strategy and we think about these questions in the right way. If you're thinking like, hey, the only point of this whole excerpt was just to tell us who Phil is and who his buddies are, then you're going to immediately grab choice C for champions and move on. Introduce Phil, check. Introduce his social circle, check. The other answer choices don't even mention the characters, so there's no way that any of them could be right. It's not about wealthy men in general, it's about these specific wealthy men, and the other options don't even mention people at all. We can grab choice C confidently and move on. All right, guys, that was great. I really enjoyed working on that literature passage with you, but I do have another half an hour with you, so I have an hour today, like all the other teachers. Coming up on the half hour, we're going to do a passage that is science-based. So I hope you don't leave in the next 2 minutes, because we're going to be coming right back for some science practice. Thank you guys so much for coming to the SAT Prepathon today, and I hope you'll stay. See you in just a couple of moments. Hey everybody, we are continuing SAT Prepathon here with a review of a science passage. Now I hope we didn't lose you in the two minutes that we had since we wrapped up our literature passage. That was our first half of our advanced reading session. In the second half of the session, we're going to review a science passage because, of course, science is historically the other type of passage besides literature that people tend to have trouble with. Now, at the end of the last session, Gracie, whom I remember from an earlier event, requested a Skittles star, so I went ahead and drew some for you guys here, one for all the colors in the Skittles rainbow, to pump you up and get you excited for some science practice that we're about to do. My goodness, that last session was so fast, didn't even draw any stars while it was happening. So, in this session, we're going to review science passages, what makes them different, and of course, how we can strategically overcome those differences when we see science passages on test day. So let's review science passages and their differences, talk a bit of strategy, and get right to practicing. Here we go. A science passage will happen twice on test day. Now you're either going to see two passages that are individual, so two separate long science passages, or one of the science passages will actually be a pair of passages. Remember that on the SAT, exactly one of the 5 passages will be a paired set, and science qualifies. Science could be the passage that is that paired set. When you see a science passage, the first thing you should look for is the topic. The topic is the broad subject of the passage. And this is really crucial because with science passages especially, you don't want to get lost in a sea of details and incomprehensible jargon. So to keep your head above water, focus on the topic and then focus on the broad direction of the passage from there. So what about this topic interests the author? What's the author's purpose in writing about this particular topic? These passages are probably going to be a lot more fact-based than some of the others, which is a good and a bad thing. The bad thing about it is that the facts can be pretty complicated to understand. But the good thing is that there's not going to be a whole lot of creativity. So the structure should be pretty easy to follow. And I love what Danielle put in the chat. Danielle's like, science is the worst, with about 10 exclamation marks. If you feel that way now, then that's really good news, because with practice, you can go from science being your worst passage to science being your best. And that represents a huge opportunity to raise your SAT score. The key with science passages is don't get lost in the science. You see a word that you don't know, don't worry about it. You get like 3 sentences that explain some abstruse concept you can't even barely begin to comprehend. Who cares? On the SAT, the test makers aren't allowed to test your outside knowledge. So anytime you do see something wacky and unbelievable, know that one of 2 things has to be the case. Either it will be explained to you later in the passage, or it doesn't matter. There is no way that complicated, weirdo science could be important to the question, but not explained anywhere. Because then it would be a test that tests your science knowledge, and that's not what this test is. This is a reading comp test, not a science test. So don't get lost in the details. Ignore them. Don't care about them. Just focus on the topic and the main purpose of the passage as you read. Because science passages have great structure, they're awesome candidates for the annotation strategy that you learned from Greg earlier this afternoon, and that we're reviewing here, of course, as we practice these passages together. And I'm going to prove this to you. I'm going to show you how this works on an actual high difficulty science passage, which is pretty complicated and difficult to understand, but has easy to follow structure that you can use to get the broad strokes of the passage, get to the questions, and confidently find some answers. Here we go. So we read, the following passage is about the role chemistry plays in archaeology. Okay, so it seems like this may be a chemistry passage. We start to read and it says, demonstrating that chemistry sometimes can inform history, researchers from the NIST, Colorado College, and who cares, have shown that sensitive, non-destructive evaluation techniques can be used to determine the elemental composition of ancient coins, even coins that generally have been considered too corroded for such methods. There's a bunch of acronyms here. There's NIST, there's ND. Don't worry about these jargon terms. Instead, just think about the topic of the passage. Tell me, please, in the chat. What is the topic or the broad subject of this passage? There's a couple different ways that you could phrase it here. and a lot of them are going to be equally valid. You can make a note that this is a passage about chemistry, or you can also make a note that this is a passage about studying coins. So there's some technique, whatever it's called, I already forgot the name, doesn't matter, but the point is that we're trying to study coins. Okay, now let's look at the next paragraph. Elemental and isotope analysis of the metals in ancient artifacts sometimes can pinpoint the places where the metal was mined. A lot of your competition is losing their minds, see what I did there, over these phrases like elemental and isotope analysis. But you don't care what that stuff is. You can just jot a quick note down here like process. And so you know that if there's ever a question that asks about the process, then you can go read about it in paragraph 2. And if no question ever asks about the process, then thank goodness you didn't waste any of your precious SAT time or SAT brain power trying to understand what the heck is going on here. So, doesn't matter. Don't care. You'd read it on test day. On test day, never skip text. Always read everything. Just don't pay equal attention to everything. You'd read it. You'd be like, yeah, this is about the process of studying these coins. So, whatever. I'm just going to move right along. Paragraph 3. To compare the effectiveness of various non-destructive analytical methods with destructive methods, often used to determine the age and origin of ancient coins, the group studied coins minted by kings Herod Agrippa I and Herod Agrippa II in what is modern-day Palestine and Israel during a biblically and historically significant period. Okay, tell me please in the chat, what is the only important thing in this paragraph that's worth making a note of before you confidently move on with the passage? All that matters really here are these kings, right? And we don't even need to write their names down. We can just write kings. So if there's ever a question asking about these kings, we know that they were mentioned here, and we can look them up real quick thanks to our awesome notes. But if there's never a question about these kings, then who cares about this paragraph? It's just a bunch of facts. We're not even really talking about coins or the process or chemistry. So this really is an aside sort of a paragraph, and we don't need to feel obligated to pay a whole bunch of attention to it. So this passage is going great. Even though it's got a bunch of science that's kind of hard to understand, we saved a bunch of energy compared to our competition by not paying attention to paragraphs 2 and 3 because they were just, background fluff sort of paragraphs, and they weren't really telling us anything about the coins or giving us any important conclusions. So onwards we go. Now the next paragraph has a key word. It really jumps out. The vast numbers of a particular coin, a pruta, which kind of sounds like a crouton, found in the archaeological record has led scholars to disagree about when they were struck and by whom. Okay, so we can make a quick note here. Pruta is the coin that we're studying, and we know to pay attention to this because we noted in the first paragraph that coins were the topic of this passage. So when we get back to talking about coins, we know that this is important. And yeah, very nice. I'm seeing some great chats here. Jeremy earlier mentioned the time period of the coins. Stephanie says when the coin is from. Gracie mentions the origin of the coins. Lots of these are great paraphrases for this paragraph. I'm going to use this one from Gracie. Origin is awesome. So there's just agreement about the origin of the coin. So now, as a strategic reader, you've got to be thinking, probably we're going to get a conclusion. We're probably going to figure out, where these coins came from and who made them. Or else the passage will explain why we can't figure it out. But that's got to be like the scope of the passage. Finally, the author is done with background fluff and getting to the meat and potatoes of this thing. So we see in the next paragraph, our prediction is correct, to better establish whether the coins were minted by Agrippa I or Agrippa II, the team performed X-ray fluorescence and lead isotope analysis. Now tell me please in the chat, how much should we pay attention to the science of this process? How much time should I spend on test day trying to understand how this process works and what this process does to the coins? 0. I don't care about this process. On test day, sure, read the paragraph. You can read it now as I'm talking about it. Don't skip any text on test day because you never know when there might be some sort of a twist. But this paragraph doesn't end up being a really long discussion about the process and the fluoroisotope X-ray fluorescence analysis with mass spectrometer calibration and whatever. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. All that matters is that this paragraph kind of narrows it down to who might have made the coins. It was either Agrippa 1 or Agrippa 2. And we already knew that. Though that was the kings mentioned in the previous paragraph. So there was literally nothing new in this paragraph. Don't feel obligated to write something down in every paragraph. We pretty much already knew it was one of these two kings that made the coins. We already know that we're trying to figure out who made the coins. This paragraph doesn't tell us who made the coins, but whatever. Let's go ahead and just move on to the next paragraph to find out who actually made the coins. So scan it for me and tell me in the chat, who made these doggone coins? Kara, excellent. Absolutely 0 time studying the process. Yeah, we are flying through the intersection here on test day. And in the right corner, the winner, Agrippa 1! Yay! Oh, all the Agrippa 1 fans go wild! All right, so we'll make a quick note about that the coins belonged to Ag number 1 as opposed to Ag number 2. But there's a twist. There's an interesting twist here. It turns out these coins most likely came from mines that scholars thought hadn't been opened until a century later. So basically, these coins were made like 100 years earlier than scholars thought they could have possibly been made. That means that this analysis of the coins didn't just tell the researchers who made the coins, but it also told the researchers what they should research next. And if you read the rest of the passage, that's what you're going to see. Is that, yeah, we figured out who made the coins, and that's great. Woo, yay, go us, let's throw a party. But then we got to go back to the lab and do some more research, try to figure out what was going on with these Romans, and how come these mines were open a century earlier than we thought they were. Excellent. So now we're ready to go on to the questions. For a science passage, it's worth it to take a few seconds and just make sure you understand why the author wrote the passage. So here the author clearly wanted to tell us about this technique for analyzing coins. The author wanted to tell us who made the Prepathon, and the author also wanted to tell us that there's more research to be done. Now that we know who made the coin, there's still more that we need to look into. So those are the 3 main things the author wanted to convey to us in this educational science passage. Oh man, pun game on point by Caroline here, more like Agrippa 1, am I right? Oh, that was beautiful. Okay, so we're ready to take a look at some questions. Let's start with number 1. So the passage strongly suggests that the results of the lead isotope analysis in the ancient coins ... Well, we were just talking about this. When we were thinking about the purpose of the passage, we said, okay, so this passage did a couple of things. The analysis of the coins, 1, told us who made the coins, but 2, told us what we need to research next. So it told us who made the coins, and we wanted to know that. But then it kind of started a new puzzle of like, how did these mines get opened 100 years earlier that we need to figure out. So we're looking for an answer choice that matches these facts. That yes, we figured something out, but now there's stuff that we don't know. Go for it. Please vote in the poll for the answer choice that you pick on test that you would pick on test day, because it matches some of the predictions that we've made. Notice that when you read the passage strategically and you think about what the answer should be, when you make a prediction to these questions, some of these answer choices that might have taken you some time to think about before aren't even going to cause you to scratch your head for a second. Like, for example, here choice B, enhanced by the corrosion. I don't know what that's about. That doesn't seem to make any sense at all. We weren't thinking about that at all. C has the wrong winner. We knew that it was Agrippa 1 who won the coin printing contest, not Agrippa 2, so that's gone. So here it's down to DNA, and it looks like 85% of you are going for choice D. Very nice work here, folks. So answered old questions? Yes, it answered the question of who made the coins, but it did raise a new question too. It raised the question of who opened these mines and how come they were operational. So that's a great fit for what we were thinking, even though it doesn't put it in the same words. Now, a few of you voted for choice A. Enough of you voted for choice A that it is worth mentioning here. Choice A doesn't really tell you anything about the coins. Remember, the topic of this passage was the coins. Notice that choice A doesn't tie into the coins at all. The point of this passage wasn't to say, oh man, this model or this method of dating stuff is so fantastic. Really, this passage focused on the specific coins, the Prepathons. That's what all the paragraphs were about. So be careful of choices like A that are too specific. So yeah, that was in the passage, but no, that was not the main point that the author was trying to convey. So we can get rid of choice A, circle choice D for domination, and move on with the test. Onwards to number 2. According to the passage, the researchers chose to analyze a particular coin because. Check out some strategy here, folks. Look at this phrase, according to the passage. This tells you that the answer should be directly in the passage. So we should be able to go back to the passage and find the answer, and the correct answer choice should just paraphrase the answer that we found. I see there's a lot of clamoring for some stars. Star is incoming, folks. Let's take a look at our paragraph here that introduced the coin. Bam, there's our motivation star. I learned some opacity trickery from Liz, who was teaching before me. So thank you, Liz, for teaching me this opacity tricks. We got these awesome stars that we can see through. Now tell me, please, in the chat, why did the researchers pick the Prepathon to study? Why not some other coin? I wonder how other colors look when you make them opaque. Say we did like orange. What's that gonna do? That looks like mud. All right, well, learned something today about star colors. Some work much better when they're opaque than others do. Now, the researchers here picked the Prepathon because they wanted to know who made it. Right? It says in here that the scholars disagreed about who made the coins and when the coins were made. So that's why the coin was picked, is they just wanted to settle this dispute. Okay, let's take a look at the answer choices, folks. Go ahead, please, and vote in the poll by the answer choice, or for the answer choice that matches what we just saw in the passage, which is that the scholars didn't know who made the coin and when. Did I hear some star love? Looks like maybe brighter colors work a little better. Let's try translucent red. Oh, that's nice. Oh man, that's just the heavens beaming down upon you for your excellent work. Yeah, guys, nice work here. We're going to grab choice D for domination. Scholars disagreed about the origin of the coin. Yes, that is basically taken right from the passage where it said that scholars did not agree about who made the coins and when the coins were made. Now, there was a trap here that a few of you voted for, and I'm glad you did. Don't get mad when you make mistakes. I try to find a place in every session to say this. When you get something wrong, when you just don't know how to solve a question, don't be mad. Be excited. Be excited that you're making the mistake in practice, that the SAT is using up one of its tricks, firing one of its salvos in practice where it doesn't even hurt your score at all, so that you can get the right answer on test day because you're never going to make that mistake again. Meanwhile, your competition is going to make that mistake for the very first time on their real exam. The problem with choice B is it distorts our prediction. We said that they chose the coin because they disagreed about when the coin was made. Choice B makes it sound like everybody agreed about the era during which the coin was made, but they didn't know much about the era. You see that distortion? Very subtle. It's like the researchers knew when it was made, according to choice B. But the whole point is the researchers didn't know when the coin was made. So quit posing choice B for Boris. This time it was B for bogus, and we're going to grab choice D. Let's take a look at number 3. Wow. Caroline, I didn't know if you could ever top your other pun, but wow, I'm starting to get a good grip on this. I am just so happy I came to Prepathon for a variety of reasons, but especially now whenever I teach this in the future. Because remember, these are all SAT channel sessions, so I've taught, we teach this as part of our SAT channel programming. Now I've got these amazing puns I can use for life, so thank you so much. All right, guys, let's take a look at number 3. As used in line 38, establish most nearly means. Now, if you do a little bit of SAT prep, you're going to know prep immediately, you're going to know that this is a vocab in context question. These are very distinctive questions. They always have almost the exact same phrasing, which is as used in line blah, word in quotations or phrase in quotations, most nearly means what. The big trap on these questions, folks, is to pick a word that has just a standard meaning of the word in quotation marks. You should never do that. Instead, you should cover up the answer choices, don't let them poison your thinking, and actually go back to the passage and try to figure out what that word means on your own. You want to be as unbiased as possible when you do this. So we're going to look in line 38, and it says, to better establish whether the coins were minted by Agrippa 1 or Agrippa 2, the team did blah, blah, blah. So you're going to block out this word mentally, and you're going to ask yourself, what can I put in that blank? Could be one word, could be a couple of words, could be a whole phrase. What can I put in there that would produce logic in the sentence? So tell me in the chat, what can I put in this blank right here that would make the sentence make sense? And I'm seeing, by the way, in the poll, a lot of you are torn between choice D and choice A on this one, and I'm glad to see that, because that just goes to show how tricky these questions can be if you use the answer choices to guide you. Now, in other places on the SAT, it's fine to use the answer choices. It's great to use the answer choices to guide your work in math. It's awesome to use the answer choices to give you information in writing. But in reading, you've now seen what happens. If you try to use the answer choices, you'll just think two are equally good and play a bunch of answer choice ping pong and get very frustrated. So instead, we're going to look at this and say, okay, what makes sense here? Maybe something like figure out, maybe something like determine, something like that. So basically, we don't know who minted the coins, and we'd like to know. So we need a word or a phrase that indicates that we'd like to know. So yeah, we got some determines, we got some understands. Excellent. Okay, so we've got this prediction now of what we're supposed to see. We take a look at the answer choices, and now please vote in the poll again for the one true answer choice that actually matches our prediction of determine or figure out or understand. Well, only one of these makes even remotely any sense. It's got to be choice A for awesome sauce. We're going to circle this choice and move on. Suddenly, our big trap choice D that initially got about 40% of the votes is not tempting at all anymore. In fact, if you made a prediction for this question, you'd never even think that D was tempting, because begin does not mean determine. Begin does not mean figure out. You'd cross it off without even realizing what a headache it causes for your competition, who's going to be sitting there for an extra 45 seconds trying to figure out whether A or D is correct. So nice job, everybody. Let me be a little bit proactive with my star game here. We'll do another classic transparent blue star. Boom and boom. We scored another point, and we're moving on to our last question. Here we go, everybody. What's the primary purpose of the passage? Oh, music to my eyes on test day, because if I've been a strategic reader, if I've been following the Kaplan strategy, I already know the answer to this. I don't even have to take time making a prediction. I already know. So the primary purpose of the passage was, tell us who made the coin, and then tell us what needs to be researched next. Maybe also like a little bit of tell us about the technique that was used. So something along these lines is going to match up with the primary purpose of the passage. I am ready to rock and also to roll. So here we go. Please vote in the poll for the answer choice that matches what we said the purpose was. We can circle it, slam dunk it, and move on with our SAT. All right, this one's great. So a lot of folks are loving choice A. This is a trap, and so you might be wondering, how do I avoid this trap on test day now that I made it during the Kaplan SAT Prepathon? Here's the problem. When you see a phrase like superior to other methods, you know that the passage must have mentioned other methods and told you that other methods are not as good. And the passage didn't do that. So because other methods weren't mentioned, it just mentioned how good this one method was, but didn't knock on other methods. A is a trap. So you fell for it now. Good. Be excited. Be happy that you made that mistake here and not on test day. So we can get rid of this choice and ultimately find our correct answer, which is choice B. So notice how this choice talks around our prediction, but ends up matching what we said we wanted. So we figured out who made the coins and we got a direction for further research. So that shows the value of these evaluation techniques. If it wasn't for these evaluation techniques, we still wouldn't know who made the coins, and we still wouldn't know that those mines opened a century earlier. So this passage definitely showed us the value of those techniques. Oh man, what a way to end the hour. It's time for my favorite SAT answer choice of all time, choice B for Boris. Let's circle it and move on. All right, folks, that is the time that I have with you today. Thank you so much for attending these sessions on reading, but I hope you're not about to go. With only 1 hour left, you've got to stay, right? Heather, who's been the understudy for my session, is now going to hop on camera. She's an incredible SAT instructor, so please stick around. Coming up on the hour, she's going to take you through the writing section of the SAT, and she's going to close out the Prepathon. We're going to review idioms and conventions of usage in SAT writing. Thanks again so much for coming to the Prepathon, everybody. It's been a pleasure to work with you for an hour. I wish you the best of luck in your prep, and of course, on test day. Good luck, everybody, and take care.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this Prepathon lesson. My name is Heather, and I'm so excited to be here with you. I've actually been here with you guys all day off camera, and now I'm thrilled to be walking you through a grammar lesson. So grammar is not very glamorous, but it is something that's important to know for test day, as I'm sure you are aware of. So this lesson and all the lessons that you've seen earlier today are actually on our SAT channel. So once you become a Kaplan student, you have access to these lessons and many, many, many more. All of the teachers that you've seen today are channel teachers, are classroom teachers. So let us know if you have questions. You can always visit captest.com for more options. But I am not alone here today, as I'm sure you're also aware of. I am joined by Boris and Stephanie, Rob, Katie, and Crystal. They're going to be interacting with you in the chats. So let's make this lesson fun. Let's bring it home strong. We're going to be having polls. We are going to make grammar less intimidating. So a tale told by an idiom. And if anyone has any witty puns they want to share, that are relevant to what we're talking about, we love it. I was totally digging those puns during the last lesson. So this lesson is going to cover the major types of conventions of usage errors that you're going to see on test day. So specifically, we're going to be talking about issues with pronoun clarity, grammatical agreement, and logical comparison. We'll also be looking at things that we commonly get mixed up. So commonly confused possessive determiners. That sounds very advanced and fancy, but we're going to go ahead and make it manageable and understandable for you. We're also going to talk about contractions and adverbs. We'll finally finish up by talking about incorrectly constructed idioms and frequently misused words. All in all, these topics are worth 40 big points on test day. Like I said, grammar, it's not very glamorous. It's not terribly exciting either, but it has implications for test day and well beyond. So we're going to start by taking a look at what you should look out for when you see a pronoun. So my biggest piece of advice for all of you when you're dealing with grammar questions is to make it systematic. Get in the habit of checking for certain things. When you see a pronoun underlined, check for these things. When you see a verb underlined, check for those things. When there's a preposition underlined, check for these things. That's going to take the guesswork out of it and make this so much more manageable. Kavitha likes grammar. Awesome. All right. So you can kind of help us through this lesson. So my first question for all of you today is, what is an antecedent? What's an antecedent? If you know what an antecedent is, tell us in the chat. So pronouns have to have a clear antecedent. So back to that definition in just a minute. If the antecedent's missing or unclear, it's wrong in the SAT. Now the antecedent and the pronoun also have to agree in person, number, and gender. So they have to agree, and the antecedent has to be unambiguous, meaning it has to be clear and it has to be there. So an antecedent is the noun that the pronoun is referring to. So it sounds like a big fancy term. It's just the word that the pronoun is referring back to. So the pronoun has to agree with that word in person, gender, and number. Now pronouns also have to be in the correct case. There's 3 pronoun cases. The first one is subjective. This is where the pronoun's used as a subject. They're performing an action. I, you, she, he, it, we, you, they, who. So like I ran in a race, right? I is the subject of the sentence. You can also have objective pronouns, and with these, the pronoun's used as the object of a verb or preposition. So like me, you, her, him, it, us, you, them, and whom. Then there are possessive pronouns. So these express ownership. I actually have a 2-year-old, and I like to think of these as the 2-year-old pronouns. Mine, mine, mine. My, mine, yours, his, her, hers. It's our, ours, theirs, and whose. So if you own something, then you're going to use the possessive pronoun.
Now there is a way to help you decide what pronoun to use. So I don't know if any of you have ever done this before, but if you haven't, I want you to start. So if you're ever unsure if you should use the subjective or the objective pronoun, you can eliminate the other noun to figure it out. So if the sentence was Leo and blank walked to the store, and you're thinking to yourself, well, should it be Leo and me walk to the store? Or Leo and I walk to the store? If you're not sure, just drop the Leo and part and say, oh, I walk to the store. That's it. You wouldn't say me walk to the store. That's not grammatically correct. So Leo and I walk to the store. Then we get the age-old question of who versus whom. Who versus whom? This is like the age-old grammar question. So let's go ahead and clear that up. Who versus whom? So who is an objective pronoun? I'm sorry, who is a subjective pronoun? It's in our subjective list. So when it's acting as a subject, you use who. Nadia was the person who raised her hand first. So who? She. We could replace that with she. Who raised her hand first? She raised her hand first. So here's the rule. If you can replace the word with he or she or I or they, like another subjective pronoun, you use who. Now, if you could replace it with him, her, me, or them, you're going to use whom. For whom did Arun bring the extra calculator? Arun brought it for me or for him. The way I remember these objective pronouns, they have M's. Whom, him, me, them. So those all go together. So if you're unsure if it's who or whom, replace it with he or him and see which one works. Okay, so when you're unsure about which case to use for a pronoun, create a similar sentence using a pronoun that you are more familiar with. Now, similar to the way that pronouns have to agree with their antecedent, verbs have to agree with their subject. So verbs have to agree with their subject in person and number. So we're talking about first, second, or third person, and singular or plural. So the apple tastes delicious. What does the apple do? It tastes delicious. Singular. Now plural, if we have many apples, what do? They taste delicious. First person singular, I prefer red apples. Third person singular, she prefers green apples. And then first or third person plural, we or they prefer to eat pineapples. So your verbs and your subjects always have to be in agreement. Whenever you see a verb underline, match it up to its subject. Okay, and B. Jessie and Sophie and Gracie, you are doing an excellent job so far. I am digging this. Grammar doesn't have to be boring, right? Now, sometimes you'll see a compound subject, which is when there's more than one thing in the subject. Only the conjunction and forms a compound subject that requires a plural verb. So Celia and Taylor, tell us in the chat, what word goes in the blank? Celia and Taylor blank in the running club. Do we want to use is or do we want to use are? Celia and Taylor blank in the running club. Well, we just said the conjunction and requires plural, right? So Celia and Taylor are in the running club. Well, how about either? Either Celia or Taylor. What goes there? Celia or Taylor. And if we think logically about this. Celia or Taylor, one person, one or the other. So we want singular. Either Celia or Taylor is in the running club. Neither Celia nor Taylor is in the running club. And if you think logically, like no one's in the running club. So we definitely don't want plural. So we're again going to use the verb is. All right, now one more thing, related nouns have to also be consistent in number. So students applying for college must submit their applications on time. So for this, many students complete many applications. You wouldn't have many students completing a single application. So just make sure that related nouns match in number. So the takeaway here, when you're dealing with compound subjects, just remember if you see and in between, you're going to use plural. But or nor, they're effectively singular. All right, now we're going to turn our attention to comparisons, which also have rules that govern them. By the way, I know you guys are digging the stars. That's a gold star because you guys are rocking this. You are hanging with me. All right. So all kinds of SAT stars in the house. I know test day is getting closer, right? And we don't want you feeling anxious. The better prepared you are, the more confident you're going to feel. And that in and of itself is going to help your score. Okay, so like I said, comparisons have rules. And there's 3 big ones when it comes to comparisons. First up, you have to make sure you're comparing logical things. So the price of tea has risen sharply, while coffee has remained the same. How can we fix this? So we're comparing the price of tea to coffee. How can we make that logical? How could we make those logical? And if you're thinking, well, I need to compare a price to a price, that makes sense, right? So we could say the price of tea has risen sharply, while the price of coffee has remained the same. Now we're comparing a price to a price. That's totally logical. We can do that. Now, comparisons also have to follow parallel structure. Parallel structure just means the same. So on a sunny day, I enjoy hiking and to read. We need to fix this. Go ahead and tell us in the chat, how can we fix this one? On a sunny day, I enjoy hiking and to read. What could we do to that second verb? I enjoy hiking and blank. What would belong in that sentence? All right, I hope you're thinking, well, let's make them both ing verbs. That obeys the rules of parallelism, right? On a sunny day, I enjoy hiking and reading. Yes. And then finally, our comparisons have to be structured correctly. So they have to be logical, parallel, and structured correctly. Some animals are better at endurance than they are at sprinting. Others are as good at endurance running as they are at sprinting. So just have those structured properly. Okay, so the takeaway here, when you have 2 things that are being compared, they should look as similar as possible in the sentence. Now you also have to consider the number of items being compared. So tell us in the chat, how are you going to know how many things are being compared in a sentence? Because when you're comparing like things, you have to use adjectives that match the number of items being compared. So how are you going to know how many items are being compared? So when you're comparing 2 items or people, you're going to use comparative form. That's the one that has the ER ending. Most of them have the ER ending. If you're comparing 3 or more items or people, you're going to use the superlative form, which typically ends with an EST. So how are you going to know? Well, you're going to use context, right? You're going to use the context of the sentence. If they're talking about twins, you know that's 2. If they're talking about all the paintings from the Renaissance period, well, that's definitely more than 2, right? So use the context of the sentence to help you determine how many things are being compared. And this nice little list here just shows you the difference between comparative and superlative, the ER and the EST endings. So only use comparative when there are two items or people being compared. Okay, so we've so far seen how pronouns, verbs, and comparisons have specific rules to follow. That makes them much more manageable. Our next topic is idioms. So unlike these other topics, idioms do not have a set list of rules. We just have to practice them. So let's go ahead and dig in. All right, so an idiom is it's a combination of words that have to be used together to be correct. They're conveying either a literal or a figurative meaning. Now, idiomatic phrases are not tested on the SAT. Like, would you be mad as a hornet if it did? Or would you think it was a piece of cake? Or you might have heard like, it's raining cats and dogs. Those types of phrases are not tested. The SAT is going to test idioms in 4 ways. So the first way is the most common way, and this is proper preposition usage in context. So this means that different situations require different prepositions. So we're going to look at 3 sentences. They all have the same verb compete. Okay, compete is our verb. I will compete. Each of them has a different preposition because they're being used in a different situation. So the 3 finalists will compete for the grand prize, an all-inclusive cruise to Bali. So they're competing for something. Roger will compete against Raphael in the final round of the tournament. So they're competing against each other. But then you could say, I will compete with Deborah in the synchronized swimming competition. So we're like on the same team. We're teammates, compete with somebody. Another example, the verb wait. If you're a server at a restaurant, you might wait on tables. If you don't have a car and you don't want to ride your bike, you might wait for the bus. And if you're at the movie theater with a group of your friends, you might wait with your friends for the movie to start. Okay, so different verbs, different situations require different prepositions. And honestly, the only way to learn these, just to practice. Now, another way they show up is with verb forms. And this goes back to the ing and the to verbs, so the gerund and the infinitive form. The architect likes to draft floor plans versus the architect enjoys drafting floor plans. So just knowing when to use each one. So like I said, idioms can be challenging because there's not an explicit set of rules. There's not really any consistent logic. You just have to practice. Now there's 2 more ways that idioms show up on test day. And Clara, letting the cat out of the bag is easier than putting it back in. Indeed. All right. So idiomatic expressions, these have to be used together to be correct. So this fall, Sherry's playing not only soccer, but also field hockey. So whenever you see not only, but also needs to appear later in the sentence. And you also want to watch out for implicit double negatives. So with these, you're going to have some words that imply a negative, so they can't go with another negative. So Janine cannot hardly wait for summer vacation. How could we fix that? How could we fix that? Janine cannot hardly wait. Well, we need to make one of these not negative, right? So if we just said Janine can hardly wait, then we're good to go. Janine can hardly wait for summer vacation. Now here's a great chart. These are, this table covers the most important, the most common idioms for you to know by test day. So you could take a screenshot of this little chart here, or if you have your phone, just take a picture of the screen. Make sure you know these prepositions, these idiomatic expressions, and those words to avoid with other negatives. Okay, so we've covered the basics. Time to practice. We're going to practice in a test-like format. So we're going to get some polls opened up. We're going to rock these questions. We're going to use everything we just taught. Now, if you were here earlier today, Stephanie taught us a great lesson on development. These questions that we're going to be working on are more focused on the grammar-y parts of it. Okay, so they're going to go a little bit faster than those other ones did. Okay, so what I would like for you to do is to take about a minute and read through paragraph 1, and then let us know in the chat, what issue is this question testing us on? What issue is this testing us on? Okay, so if we get to the last sentence, over his career, Kurosawa's unique blend of Western themes and Eastern settings made him arguably the more important Japanese filmmaker in history. So what are we being tested on here? All right, Praneet, yes, it's saying superlative versus comparative. Boom, you got it. If we're talking about the number of filmmakers in history, that's more than 2, right? We only want to use the comparative form, or the more, when there's 2 things. So we know there's more than 2 things. So which answer choice is going to be our winner? Go ahead and get those votes in the poll when you know. So we know we're eliminating A. Which one's correct? I'm loving this. Yes, check this out. Made him arguably the most important Japanese filmmaker in history. So A uses the wrong type of comparison. B totally removes the comparison. And D changes the meaning. It's the opposite. So when you're studying, it's important to not only pick the right answer, but also to learn why the wrong answers are wrong. So when you're on test day, if you ever get stuck between 2 choices, if you start to learn why wrong answers are wrong, you can figure out which one to pick. All right, because of that, we gotta go. I know you guys are fans of stars. we're gonna do a yellow star with a pink star inside of it. How's that? Nice springtime brightness. All right, let's go ahead and keep it going. Go ahead and continue reading. You're gonna read paragraph 2 until you can answer the question. And then let us know in the chat, what's the issue that they're testing us on in question number 2? All right, so this one, you may not be able to label these issues, and that's okay. If you can't label the issue, it's all right, as long as you can recognize that there is an issue. So we have this word work, and it's referring back to a previous word. So what other word is work supposed to be a synonym for? And I hope you're saying films, right? After Japan's surrender in 1945, he took the lessons he learned in Tokyo and began making his own films. Blank that took the values and traditions of the West and reinterpreted them with a Japanese sensibility. So since we are referring back to the plural films, well, we're going to need a plural synonym for that word. And the one that gives us this is what most of you got. Excellent job. Shout out to Gracie and Elizabeth. Boom. All right. So A, C, and D, they don't agree in number. right? They just don't work. So when you have something being described in a separate clause, make sure the number is consistent. All right, well done. And I've seen some questions coming in about, can I just read the sentence with the underlined segment? That seems like a really great idea because especially for these, there's only one word underline and you can isolate it. Keep in mind on test day though, you're going to see questions that ask about the passage as a whole, that ask about supporting details, that ask about central ideas with all of the passages. So you can't just jump around, even though we're only practicing this question type right now. On test day, you're going to see the really nitty-gritty grammar questions and the bigger development questions all within the same passage. So make sure you're reading the entire passage. Not as in-depth as a reading comprehension passage, but you definitely want to read it just to get the gist of it. All right, so Shay said challenging Boris's star game. All right, so we can do, I like the transparent stars as well. I'm a fan. So I know you guys were digging the pink, so we're going to do a series of pink transparent stars just for you. All right, let's keep it moving. I love this. This is good stuff. Time for question number 3, so you're going to keep on reading. Let us know in the chat, what issue do you see? All right, so here we have a pronoun underlined, okay? So whenever you have a pronoun underlined, right, we want to check for a couple things. We want to check to make sure it's in the right case. Is it subjective, objective, or possessive? But then we also want to match it up to its antecedent and make sure there's agreement there. So who is him? Do we know who him is for sure? Yeah, and Gracie's like, what type of pronoun? Good, B. Jesse. Yes, we don't know. We don't know clearly who him is. So who felt that the samurais, that the film Samurai were distinctly human characters? Who felt that? Well, it's going to be the guy that made the movie, right? Kurosawa. We need to make that clear. So them is still ambiguous. So him and them are both neither, we don't know for sure. We want to make it clear. We want to add clarity and eliminate ambiguity. Okay, so anything that's unclear, get rid of it. And then we know it's not the samurai because it's talking about the samurai in the sentence. To the samurai, the film Samurai were distinctly human. That doesn't make any sense. So clearly we're referring to the Kurosawa, and that is why answer choice C for correct is our winner. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to change up the color. Let's see, we're going to go with, I like this one. That's a pretty color. Excellent job. Okay, question number 4. Continue reading and then let us know in the chat, what issue are they testing us on with number 4? And while you're working on this, I just want to give a shout out to Scott. You had a great comment. So Scott said, for question number 3, that's a perfect example of why you have to read the whole passage. Because if you just isolate the sentence, you might think it's them, right? But it doesn't work. It's still unclear. And we don't pick up on the ambiguity unless we have the greater context of the paragraph. So well done, Scott. Virtual high five to you. All right, so in question number 4, what's going on here? Well, let's see. So although Kurosawa's films enjoyed and still enjoy a lofty reputation in the West, Japanese audiences have regarded his work with suspicion. By using Western ideals and themes, even reinterpreting Western authors such as William Shakespeare and Fyodor Dostoevsky, Kurosawa is regarded by many critics and moviegoers in his home country as neither original nor particularly Japanese. Stephen, Diana, and lots of you are saying, hey, this is an idiom thing, right? Totally. It's absolutely an idiom thing because we've got neither, and whenever we see neither, we should be looking for a nor. Neither nor. And that's exactly what we have here in this idiom. So since we see neither and nor, we're done. That's it. We don't need to fix anything because either nor doesn't work, never nor doesn't work, and both nor doesn't work. So the fact that neither and nor go together is just something that you have to know about English. And if you do, this question is a slam dunk. Yay, good job. So that's our first passage. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we are going to blast through another passage together. Okay, so this passage is about the opossum. All right, so we have actually sentence number 1. Before I have you read this though, let's just kind of take a peek here. Commonly seen rooting through the trash or slipping down a sewer gate, the opossum is actually one of North America's best animals. So when I'm thinking about this issue, I know that best would work because we're talking about more than one animal, right? North America has more than one animal. But I want you to read the rest of the paragraph and then let us know in the chat, is best the best word to fit the context of the paragraph, to fit the meaning of the paragraph? Okay, so go ahead and read this first paragraph and let us know what you think. Amanda, thank you. Awesome students like you guys make it just that much more amazing. All right, so we've got this comparison, and we know best would work because we need something that's superlative, right? So, yeah, and Scott's saying the context makes it seem kind of unusual compared to other animals. Like, most animals aren't seen rooting through the trash, right? And that maybe might not make them the best. Stephanie and I were just kind of joking, like, hey, I'm the best. I root through the trash and hang out in sewers, you know? So we definitely need the superlative, but best isn't quite the right word. The only other answer choice, yeah, and Katie's like, it kind of talks about how weird it is. Like the opossum's kind of weird. And that's cool, right? Like it's okay to be weird. Like the opossum just embraces it and it's all good. If we look at the answer choices though, there's only one other one that gives us a superlative. So we know it's got to be answer choice B. It's one of North America's most unusual animals. So that gives us the superlative that we need, and it gives us that one that better matches the context. And Carrie, this is why it's important to read the passage. Yes, because if you stop right there, you're going to think best works, but it doesn't. All right, blue star for the opossums. All right, let's keep going. Moving on to question number 6. So remember, when the choice is between two superlatives, choose the one that's the most consistent with the text. So take a peek at number 6 and let us know in the chat, what issue are they testing us on right here? So it's just a very simple word underlined, right? It. It what? Who's it? What is it? What are we talking about? So if we look right before, your instinct is probably to go right before and say, oh, well, what is it? The distinctive features of the opossum go beyond its surprising relation to the kangaroo. It boasts an incredible array of 50 razor-sharp teeth, the most of any mammal in the world. So is it referring to the kangaroo? Or is it referring back to the opossum? The way it's written, we don't know. Now, logically, we can figure it out. But the way it's written right now, this is an ambiguous pronoun because there's not a clear antecedent. So what boasts razor-sharp teeth? What boasts razor-sharp teeth? It's the opossum, right? That's it. The opossum boasts an incredible array of 50 razor-sharp teeth, the most of any mammal in the world. And that makes sense. The whole passage is about the opossum, right? So A is ambiguous. B changes, makes it plural, and it's still ambiguous anyway. And then C refers to the kangaroo, but it should be about the opossum. All right, well done. We are at a very high percentage, so we are going to go. I'm going to give you guys a platinum star on that one. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, Sophie says antecedent tracking. Yes. So the takeaway, whenever you see a pronoun underline, match it to its antecedent. If the previous sentence ends in a noun, don't start the next sentence with a pronoun that refers to something other than it. So if you want to end the sentence with kangaroo and start the next sentence with it, you better make sure that sentence is about a kangaroo and not about an opossum. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to question number 7. So in question number 7, I see a preposition underline. So tell us in the chat, what issue does that match up with? When we see a preposition underline, what should we suspect? What are they testing us on? All right, when we have a preposition underlined, we want to check for an idiom issue. So such a state of constant development is linked with metabolic limitations in the amount of food and energy that can be stored within the opossum's body. Now, this is what I like to do. Whenever you have a prepositional idiom, like this one here, sort of isolate it from the rest of the sentence. So what word pairs with the word limit or limitation? So you would put a limit So would you have a limit with, a limit on, or a limit for? Or a limitation with, a limitation on, or a limitation for? Just take it away from the sentence to help you. And think about other times you've heard it. Maybe you were at the county fair and there is a height restriction. So they put a limitation on height. On airplanes, they have a limitation on the size and the weight of your carry-on bag. If you're on a special diet, there may be a limitation on the type of food you can eat. Limitation on freedoms, right? So when you have a limit, you put a limit on something. And that's it. Once you figure that out, this is another C4 correct. Zavanka, back at ya. All right, so A, B, and D are the wrong ones, and this is exactly why you just have to practice. If there was a big list of all these idioms that I could give you and say, this is what you do every time, I would. But this is just something that you have to have good working knowledge with. So if limitation is a little bit abstract, substitute it with a more familiar word like limit to help you, because the same rules will apply to both. All right, so we have got another question dealing with this opossum passage. So let's go ahead and move on to question number 8. All right, so tell us in the chat, what issue are they testing us on with number 8? Carrie, Gracie, Alex, Katie, Scott, Praneet, Zavanka, awesome job. And just a general shout out to all of you that have been here all day. You are getting your prep on, and I'm loving it. It's totally going to pay off next weekend, or in May, or in June, or in August when you take the SAT. All right, so this one there is a pronoun. So we know what to do. We want to check to see if this is the right case. We want to see if it agrees with its antecedent in person, number, and gender. So, let's go ahead. While the opossum's first reaction when threatened is to begin running to the nearest tree, their primary defense is a nervous system reaction. Okay, how many possums are we talking about in this sentence? The possums. 1, right? So we don't want to use there to talk about one possum. Now, do we know the gender of this opossum? Could we say if it's her or him? We don't know, right? So we need our non-specific pronoun. We need some form of it. And that's the only one is answer choice C, it's. While the opossum's first reaction when threatened is to begin running to the nearest tree, its primary defense is a nervous system reaction that, when sensing danger, throws the opossum's body into a catatonic state that dramatically slows its heart rate. All right. You guys are starting a movement for the Rainbow Star. All right, we're going to do it. We're going to do it right now, because after this, we're going to start another passage. So here we go. We're going to, what is it, Roy G. Biv? Make sure we get all these colors. Takes a little bit longer, but it's well worth it, isn't it? I can't do one singular rainbow star, but this is still pretty sweet. Boom. There we go. Rainbow stars for you. So when you're discussing a singular subject of an unspecified gender, like this, the possum, use a form of it. All right, we have one more passage. So for this passage, we're actually going to make the PDF available for you. We are going to go with one question at a time. Yay, I'm so glad you love it. All right, so we're going to spend the next 10 minutes or so blasting through this passage together. This is called the Hindenburg. So for this one, what I'm going to do is actually just kind of be quiet for a minute. I'm going to give you about a minute to try this on your own. Get your votes in the poll, and then we'll see what issue you identified, and we'll see how you did. I'm going to get my star maker ready, because I'm sure we are going to be having more stars coming. All right, so take a minute to try question number 9. Get those votes in when you're done, and we'll see how you do. All right, so let's go ahead and see what you did. The issue in this one, I'm hoping you identified it as a subject-verb agreement issue. All right, before World War II, blimps, as well as other lighter than air vehicles, were used. So the verb were is a big clue that you need a plural. You can read the sentence without this non-essential phrase. It's surrounded by dashes. That indicates that you don't need it. So you could just say before World War II, blimps were used. Boom. And there we go. Answer choice A. All right, you guys did an awesome job. I expect nothing less from you guys, though, at this point in the game. We'll do like a shooting star of purple. Yay! All right, that purple's what? The color of royalty, right? And you guys are royal SAT preppers. I love it. So the verb were tells you need a plural subject. And then airplanes is also plural, if any of you were thinking about that, but airplanes aren't mentioned in this paragraph, so we don't want to pick that. Let's move on to question number 10. Here we go. Go ahead and take about a minute or so, read through this paragraph. Let us know what issue you spotted and get those votes in the poll. Erica, thank you for your nice words. We're so glad to be here. Okay, so while you were working, I highlighted this phrase, in the world. When the 804-foot Hindenburg was launched in 1936, it was the large airship in the world. We've got a comparison here. Now, if we're talking about the whole world, there's going to be more than two, right? So we're going to need the superlative form of large, which is largest. And Boris is still here, guys, so we're going to go ahead and give Boris a shout out. B for Boris. There you go. And Boris is going to get, let's see, we'll do some red star, pinkish reddish for the B for Boris. No problem, Boris. All right. Ah, Gladys, awesome. Diana, the superlative thingy. That's the perfect terminology. And I'm so glad you said that, Diana, because you don't have to know the technical terminology. You just have to know what to do with it. So awesome job. All right, let's go ahead and keep it going. Question number 11. Go ahead and read the next couple sentences and let us know in the chat what issue do you see and get those votes in the poll. All right, so we've got a pronoun underlined. We've seen this time and again just in this hour. What do we do when we see a pronoun underlined? Well, we want to see if it's in the proper case and see if it agrees with its antecedent in person, number, and gender. So they. In an age when airplanes could not carry more than 10 passengers at a time, they could initially carry 50 passengers, a capacity that was later upgraded to 72. So what is this referring to? Well, this paragraph's all about the Hindenburg, but the previous sentence ends with a different noun. It ends with hydrogen. So the way it's written, it's almost like you would want to refer back to hydrogen, but the most logical choice then is just to avoid the ambiguity, add the clarity, make things more clear by just using the noun, the Hindenburg. Answer choice C for crushing it. All right, we haven't done like a lime green. Here we go. St. Patrick's Day. That's St. Patrick's-esque. All right. Answer choice C for the win. Question number 12. Keep reading and let us know in the chat what issue do you see in number 12. Massive amount of fuel needed to not only fill the balloon and to power its propellers made the airship very expensive to operate. Not only, if we think back to that chart, that was on there. So what's the match for not only? Not only needs to be followed by a, but also. B for Boris, again. If you know how these idioms match up, these can't, once you know to look for them, these are very quick and easy to obtain points. All right, Boris said it's his lucky day. Indeed. All right, we're going to do a trail of gold stars here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Not only are you guys rocking this, but you are also having fun while doing so. All right, question number 13. So here we go, same sentence, right? The massive amount of fuel needed to not only fill the balloon, but also to power its propellers. So what does the word IT' stand for? Like if we're unsure if we should use that, what could we plug in? So IT' stands for it is. So would we say it is propellers made this airship very expensive to operate? Well, that doesn't make sense, does it? So this is definitely a possessive pronoun issue. The ship, like it owns its propellers. Like the propellers belong to the airship. So we need the possessive form. And that's going to be answer choice B. You guys you're seriously, like you are rocking this. Like such a high percentage of correct answers. Awesome. All right, just a few more questions for us. Ooh, Prepathon, we're finishing up here. So we've got 3 more questions. Let's do it. Question number 14. The Hindenburg's fate, however, rested blank the most dangerous characteristic of these airships. Hydrogen gas is extremely flammable. What issue is this? Got a preposition underlined. What do we want to check for? What to check for? Elizabeth, this has been a superlative time for us as well. Awesome. Too bad there's not like a pun section on the SAT, right? All right, when you have a preposition underlined, you want to check for idiom construction, right? So rested blank. Rested by the most dangerous characteristic, rested in, rested on, or rested with. This one's a little more challenging, but think about, let me give you a different sentence. The case rested blank concrete evidence. The case rested by concrete evidence. The case rested in concrete evidence. The case rested on concrete evidence. Or the case rested with concrete evidence. So if you think about like a court case, well, the court case rests on concrete evidence. So if the way it's constructed doesn't make sense, use a similar verb construction to help you see. The Hindenburg's fate rested on the most dangerous characteristic of these airships. All right, good stuff. Let's see. Let's do. Oh, I thought I changed that color. It didn't want to change. It's like, no, I like being. I like being. There we go. It liked that silver color. Now we've got 2 colors. 2 more questions left. Question number 15. So go ahead and read the rest of this paragraph and tell us in the chat, what issue do you see in number 15? This explosion, which ultimately destroyed the airship, was believed to have been caused by a discharge of electricity in the air, which reacted with a small leak in the balloons. Balloons? Like they were holding like a bunch of balloons? Like I think of like the kid on the movie Up, right? Is that what's happening here? Are there multiple balloons? And Scott's like, this is like a question we had earlier. Yeah, so earlier in this passage, we've established that the airship, the blimp, and the balloon are all synonyms. So this blimp is a balloon, it's an airship. So we need singular. And earlier in the sentence, we have the airship, which reacted with a small leak in the balloon. Answer choice D for dominating. All right, I've got to get a really awesome color for our second to last question. That's a pretty blue. Last question. Let's rock it. Let's do this. Question number 16, the last question of the SAT Prepathon. Let's rock and roll. Go ahead and read this paragraph. Tell us in the chat, what issue do you see? What problem do you see with number 16? So this is a pronoun, right? The airship thus became outdated as a mode of passenger service and acquired their modern day role as an advertising platform. So what does their refer to? Always match a pronoun to its antecedent. So the pronoun is referring back to the airship, but that's singular. That's singular. So we know we can get rid of A and D because those are both plural, right? And then is it its or its? The age-old question. Well, ITS is possessive. And IT apostrophe S stands for it is or it has. It could stand for it has. And acquired it is modern day role. Oh, well, that doesn't work. Answer choice B for Boris. Way to finish. Way to finish strong with a B for Boris. Yes. I love it. I love it. All right. So let me do this. We definitely have to get a gold star. And this is going to be like the happiest gold star ever. Yay. Awesome, awesome job. So thank you so much for being here with us for this Prepathon. We actually, if you're curious about the ACT or if you're preparing for the ACT, we have an ACT Prepathon coming up on March 25th. That's a Saturday. Same time, 12 to 6. So join us for that. You can actually register right from this webpage after we're done with this. If you enjoyed today's lessons, this is literally just a taste of what our classes have. Our classes are amazing. The SAT channel is awesome. This is some of the content that you've seen today. All the teachers you've seen today also teach our classes, and they teach the SAT channel content. So you can go to captest.com for more prep options or to sign up for more free events. We also have those coming up all the time. So on behalf of Boris and Stephanie and Crystal and Rob and Katie, thank you so much for sharing your time with us. I hope this has been so helpful in helping you get ready for next weekend's SAT or the May or the June or even the August SAT. So we hope to see you in some of our classes very soon, but thank you so much for prepping with us during our Prepathon.